Chapter 1. Deepest Secret. Naruto sighed in bed and rolled over to glance at his alarm clock. It was well past 1 in the morning and practice started at 7:30 sharp. Yet he couldn't sleep. The older memories of his childhood still brought back fresh pain no matter how many times they resurfaced. Recently, all he ever thought about was how things could have been different if his former sensei hadn't left. 5 years ago, Aji-chan. If you were still here, then things would be so much different. He whispered to the darkness. He hugged a plump pillow to his face before the tears building up in his eyes could fall. Why did you have to leave? The pressure of simply living through each day was getting harder and harder to deal with. Fingers dug tightly into the soft fabric, a desperate attempt to alleviate the frustration he felt inside. 5 years. Why? Are you still alive? Do you have any idea how much I miss you? You never even said goodbye. I don't understand why you had to leave. You were the only one who ever cared enough to see me for who I am. I didn't have to act around you, Aji-chan. You were my sensei too. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut to block the onslaught of tears. The memory constantly haunted him, never allowing him a moment of peace. He found himself living a nightmare 24/7. Nothing appeared the exact same way when he looked at it again. The world was gradually wearing away the layers of protective walls, hidden behind false smiles and deceptive laughter. The pain of hiding his true self was almost more than he could handle. The tears escaped, twin streams racing hotly down his cheeks to dampen the pillow beneath him. Naruto turned over and curled tightly into a ball, sobbing softly in the early morning darkness. This was the side of him that no one ever saw, the true person hidden by a well-placed facade. Sometimes I can't stand this. I hate who I am, Naruto said. Why do I have to be me? He bit down on his lip until something wet and coppery tasting flooded his mouth. Blood. With a groan he spat it out, not caring when it stained his bed sheets crimson. Frustrated at his lack of sleep, he kicked the covers back violently and stood up. He stalked across his small room in several lengthy strides to the bathroom across the short hallway. Even in the darkness, Naruto could easily make out his own reflection in the mirror. A shock of blonde hair stuck up in messy spikes from his night of restless tossing and turning in bed. 3 dim shadows adorned each cheek, cast by the faint whisker marks. From you being sealed inside me, you stupid kitsune. Naruto let his voice echo deep within the chambers of his mind like his former sensei had taught him. As usual, he received no response. The nine-tailed fox hardly ever reacted to anything Naruto said, and when he did feel like answering, it was almost always an amused chuckle. Naruto's occasionally brash actions never ceased to astound him, but he wasn't about to admit that to the boy. Maybe if it weren't for you, Aji-chan wouldn't have left me. The fox snorted contemptuously in the depths of his container's mind, letting Naruto know that even he was not the reason behind his mentor's decision to leave. Of course, the young genin already knew that what he said was far from the truth. Aji-chan already knew about the nine-tailed fox when he took me in, and he didn't care about it. He was the only one who didn't already hate me besides Irika-sensei. He finished his thoughts out loud. Naruto wiped his face with a long pajama sleeve and gazed into the mirror again. His reflection met his stare with blue eyes clouded by grief. If I could become the person that I am in the mirror, would I truly become a different person, or would I still be me? His counterpart watched him silently through the glass. Naruto felt stupid for a moment, having half expected for his own reflection to answer him. With a frustrated sigh that signaled he was on the verge of tears again, Naruto tore his gaze away from the mirror. Wise decision, brat. Now go to bed and sleep, or you'll be too tired to practice. The fox's words wound their way sluggishly through Naruto's mind. Under normal circumstances, the fox wouldn't attempt to comfort Naruto when he was upset like this, but he refused to have a weak container and therefore felt slightly obligated to help the kid whenever the need arose. Why the hell would you care? You are the reason almost everyone in Konoha hates me. You have no idea what it's like to hear people whispering things about me all the time. You don't have to deal with the hurtful judgment of other people. You stupid fox. You were powerful and strong and didn't depend on anyone or anything, and it isn't my fault that I had to be the one they sealed you in. You don't need me for any reason other than to be your container. Naruto shouted mentally. I'm just your pathetic host. A good-for-nothing, and that's all I'll ever be. Naruto finished his sentence by crashing a fist into the mirror before him. A loud crack resounded through the tiny bathroom as glass shattered into hundreds of pieces. Sharp shards gouged deeply into Naruto's right hand, penetrating the skin easily as if they were slicing through warm butter. A few smaller pieces tore through the flesh of his upper arm. Dark red fluid rushed out of the wounds to form a puddle in the sink. The pain he should have felt was blocked out by an intense numb sensation that washed over him slowly. All of his rage was forgotten as he stared at his reflection in the broken glass. Ow! He said, but the word came out small and weak in the dark room. Naruto blinked several times before fully realizing what he had just done. Gravity suddenly became a tremendous force acting on his weight alone. He sank to the ground, mentally and emotionally exhausted, carrying a look of seemingly ancient wisdom that often resulted from a painful past. With a tired sigh, he closed his eyes tightly. Inside his cage, the nine-tailed fox paced back and forth anxiously, a habit he rarely displayed. Naruto's sudden self-degrading attitude deeply concerned him, though in all actuality, he did not know why it bothered him so much. He had never before seen Naruto take negative emotions out on himself, and judging from the kid's current reaction to his action, he'd completely zoned out. Naruto? The fox pushed the question gently into Naruto's mind. The Kyuubi no Kitsune was met with solid silence. Was Naruto unconscious? He padded forward to the sealed door of his cage and searched through the steel bars into the sewer-like surroundings beyond. A small figure clad in dull orange clothing emerged from around a corner. It was Naruto, but he approached with a look of dejection on his face. I'm just tired, Kyuubi. That's all. I'm just so tired of living a lie. The person everyone thinks they know isn't real. Naruto sat down heavily on the damp floor and examined his hand, wincing as he yanked out several shards of glass. He tossed the red-stained fragments on the ground beside him. The fox observed him wordlessly as the smell of fresh blood filled the air. He rippled his blood-red fur and continued to watch his container's depression grow deeper. Everyone knows about how powerful you were, how your sheer power could flatten mountains in an instant, how out of all the other legendary tailed beasts you are the strongest. Only I have to live with you inside of me. And only I have to live with the secrets. Naruto trailed off, hanging his head. The fox tilted its massive head inquisitively, bright crimson coat shining like satin in the dim light. His mouth opened to reveal glistening wet canines, and then he let out a low growl. Naruto, you need to wake up so I can heal your wounds. No, I don't need your help. Not this time. Okay? The genin said as he got shakily to his feet. He stumbled several times and very nearly fell over, but he held his ground. When he turned his blue eyes to the ruby of the Kyuubis, he was surprised to find something that could almost have been pity in the deep scarlet orbs. The large kitsune nodded imperceptibly before retreating to the dark confines of his sealed cage. Thank you for this, but I want a chance to get through this on my own without anyone's help. Maybe then I can become strong enough to keep my promise to Ji-chan. I can't allow myself to disappoint him. Naruto took several steps back and turned to the dark tunnels of his mind. With yet another sigh, he walked resolutely through the twisting maze of hallways, doors, and dead ends. Focusing on bringing himself back to the conscious world was difficult. He really didn't want to wake up just to experience more pain. With a soft groan, he opened his eyes and found himself back in the dark bathroom. The previously unacknowledged pain exploded into being when he pushed his hand flat against the floor so he could stand up. Naruto bit off a swear word before it could escape, and he forced himself to his feet. He quickly turned on his sink and shoved his right forearm under the faucet. hissing between his teeth as ice-cold water washed the blood from his wounds. He was surprised to see that the nine-tailed fox wasn't healing his injuries automatically. Did he actually listen to me? He fought the urge to yank his hand, which now sent needle darts of pain shooting up his arm, out from under the stream of water. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he managed to stave off the instinct until he was satisfied that the wound was clean of glass splinters. Then he turned the faucet off. "I'm not helping you. Now you have to deal with the consequences of your actions." The fox demon's words echoed through Naruto's subconscious mind, but even though he didn't respond, he was certain that the boy had heard him perfectly. After all, Naruto wasn't deaf. "I am such an idiot," he said as fresh blood dripped out of the wound and slid down his hand, dropping down to stain the white sink crimson. "At least they aren't too deep," he said, inspecting the damage from punching the mirror. His knuckles had obviously taken the brunt of the impact. The skin there was shredded and painful to the touch. There were also 2 deeper cuts on the back of his hand and 3 longer, nasty-looking gashes on his lower forearm. Dark red blood still oozed out from them. Naruto spotted the almost empty toilet paper roll sitting atop the tank of his toilet and quickly reached out with his left hand to grab it. It quickly unraveled to the end as he wrapped the last of the tissue around his wounds. Within minutes, blood was seeping through the thin layers of toilet paper, and he clamped his hand around it to stem the flow. "Oh man, this really hurts. What the heck was I thinking?" "You weren't, brat," the fox said sleepily before settling down to rest within his confines. Still holding his wounded arm tightly with his opposite hand, he proceeded to search the rest of his household for something better to use. He was searching through the cabinet beside his refrigerator when he suddenly remembered the emergency treatment kit he kept stowed away in the far corner of the drawer beneath his bathroom sink. Returning to the bathroom, he ignored the light switch in favor of dressing the wound as quickly as he could so he could get some sleep. He wasn't sure of the time, but exhaustion weighed down every limb. He found it difficult just to keep his eyes open. Inspecting the wounds again, he was surprised to see that they were not actually as deep as he had previously thought them to be. He still felt uneasy about the amount of blood still seeping out of the ones on his forearm. "They probably could use stitches, but I don't know how. Maybe I could just take a needle and thread and—" Naruto broke off, shivering at the thought of poking a needle so close to the painful wound. Just thinking about it hurt, and it was already obvious that the nine-tailed fox wasn't going to assist him this time. "Maybe I could use one of the healing jutsu that Aji-chan taught me." The more he considered the possibility of pricking himself over and over again, the more he disliked it. The idea of using a healing jutsu seemed much more reasonable. He started to make a hand sign but stopped when the movement opened up one of the 2 cuts on the back of his hand. The pain from it was almost mind-reeling. Fresh blood trickled in dark streams down his hand and formed a puddle on his feet. He quickly positioned it over his sink so that the liquid wouldn't stain his floor. "What the heck? Is there like a piece of glass stuck in there or something? I guess a jutsu is out of the question. Oh man, why did I go and do something so stupid like that, Naruto?" he asked himself. "Geez, and this is what it feels like when Kyuubi doesn't heal me. I am such an idiot punching the mirror like that. I will not help you this time, Naruto. You dislike having me inside of you, so now you will have a chance to see what it is like without my help." Naruto simply pushed the words aside. He was very tired and wanted more than anything to go to sleep and forget about everything that had happened. Biting his lip against the pain, he used his left thumb and forefinger to open the wound again. He could just barely make out the dime-sized fragment of glass embedded deep inside it. How am I going to get this out? He mentally ran through the list of names of genin that he knew, trying to find one that he knew best and would be most likely to not ask questions or notify his sensei of what transpired. Sakura. No, she's on my team. Sasuke is definitely out of the question. Can't ask Irika-sensei. Niji is just a jerk. I don't know why I even considered asking him. Lee might know a thing or two about treating injuries since he seems about as brash and accident-prone as I am, but he would probably tell Kakashi-sensei. What about the other girl? The one who always used to sit next to me in the academy? Hinata. She's always been so nice to me. I feel like I could trust her enough. Yeah, I think this is going to need stitches. Maybe Hinata has some ointment or something. I remember some of the grades she used to get on written tests given to use by Irika-sensei. They were always better than mine, but she made perfect scores on all the ones about healing jutsu, treatment, and medicinal herbs. And she was always so nice to me, even though she didn't talk much. Naruto was starting to feel really good about himself for coming up with idea until he remembered that it was in the middle of the night and she was at home sleeping. Wait, what time is it exactly? He backed quickly out of the restroom, stuck his head through the doorway of his room, and very nearly had a heart attack when he saw the light blue glow on the edge of the horizon through the glass of his bedroom window. Holy crap, I gotta try and get some sleep before I miss my chance to catch some shut-eye altogether. Panic sharpened his awareness despite his total lack of sleep. He set about searching for a pair of tweezers in his medic kit. When he found them, he let out a sigh of relief and looked grimly at the gaping cut on his hand. Guess I have no choice. I really am not going to like this at all. He used his left ring finger to stretch the cut open a little more and, with two other fingers, inserted the tweezers. Gritting his teeth, he grasped the sharp between the two metal pincers and pulled it out. It was difficult with the blood making his hands slick and wet, but he was able to remove the fragment and set it down on the sink. Naruto poured hydrogen peroxide onto all of the cuts with a shaky hand, drawing in a sharp breath as pink-tinted bubbles foamed over the surface. When he couldn't bear the burning sensation any longer, he rinsed it all off and applied an antiseptic ointment over them. He then cut open one of the several bandage rolls in his medic kit and methodically began to wrap them over his cuts. By the time he was finished, he had used almost an entire roll. The blood escaping from the many cuts kept soaking through the bandages. The clean white wrappings wound around the middle of his forearm and traveled down to the back of his hand where they were considerably thicker. Naruto used his teeth to tear off the end and fastened it securely by pushing it under and through several lengths of bandage beneath his palm before tying it into a knot. He carefully flexed his arm and fingers out, testing to see if the wrappings were too tight. Good, Naruto declared. His eyes felt like sand had gotten in them. He rubbed them tiredly and stared at the mess on the edge of the sink. Deciding to attempt sleep once more before it became impossible, he returned to his room and climbed into his soft bed. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he was out cold. Sleep came almost instantly for him, but it seemed like he had just barely fallen asleep when the alarm clock beside his bed blared 2 hours later. Groaning, he slammed his fist down upon it and scrunched his eyes shut. Practice, he growled and threw off the covers. He winced slightly at the sudden tightness in his left arm, and the memory of the previous night resurfaced. In the bathroom, he deliberately unwound the bandages and inspected the wounds. Half of him expected the cuts to be fully healed by now, so he was slightly surprised when he saw that all of them were still there. I guess you weren't kidding me when you said you wouldn't help, Kyubi. Naruto spoke thoughtfully to the kitsune sealed within him. I never kid around, brat, was the fox's indignant reply. The idea of Naruto doubting his word really ruffled his fur. The fox demon shut his eyes and returned to his slumber, completely blocking Naruto's ability to communicate with him. If the kid wasn't going to believe him, then why should he bother listening to him in the first place? Logic. He took a hasty shower but made sure to clean the injured area before getting out. He dried himself off before wrapping the towel around his thin waist. A look at the cuts told him that none of them had reopened during his actions. They were all scabbed over well. The still sleepy blonde treated them again and re-wrapped them with fresh bandages. After donning his traditional bright orange outfit, he noticed that because his sleeves were rolled up, the bandages were easily visible. I can't let Kakashi-sensei or Sakura see this because they'll ask. Sasuke probably won't care either. I guess I can keep my sleeves down all the way to conceal it. He unrolled the sleeves of his orange jacket and was pleased when they completely covered the bandages with the exception of the ones beneath his palm. Oh well, I think we're going to be climbing trees again. I wish we could do another mission like the C-rank one in the Land of Waves. Ever since we left, we've only been doing all these practice spars and more exercises for chakra control. He hung his towel over a drying rack and proceeded to pick up the mess he'd abandoned the night before. He swept the trash into a garbage can beside the sink and returned the medic kit to its proper place in the storage space beneath his sink. However, there was one more thing he had to do before he could leave for training. With a practiced hand, though it was a little more difficult since his dominant hand was bandaged, he held open his left eye and gently removed a bright blue contact lens. He repeated the motion with his other hand, blinking several times to relieve the slight discomfort. Finally, he stopped. From a small box he retrieved from beneath his bathroom sink, he pulled out a fresh pair of 24-hour contact lenses sealed in a sterile case and set them on the edge of the counter. Unscrewing the lid of the tiny green container, he reached in and took out a blue contact lens. But before he put the contact in his eye, he looked up and observed the reflection in what was left of the mirror. Two blood-red eyes stared back at him from the broken shards of glass that hadn't fallen off. Each of them had one tiny circular shape inside, both markings ending in a comet's tail. He looked silently and whispered something even the nine-tailed fox's supersensitive ears would have had trouble understanding it. Naruto turned away from his reflection and put both contacts on without a word. No one, not even his own sensei, Kakashi, knew anything about the development of his Sharingan. It had first appeared when he was wandering around the side streets of Konoha as a 6-year-old. His guardian, whose identity was only known as Aji-chan, was out doing what Naruto only assumed to be a mission and had temporarily left him. The only instructions given to him were to stay out of trouble and occupy himself. Flashback/memory. Third POV. A short, blonde-haired figure sat in the shadows of an alleyway, drawing pictures on the ground with a stick. He finished his doodle, erased it with a dirty hand, and started again when he saw his reflection on some pieces of broken glass. It caught the boy's interest since he had never before looked at himself in a mirror. Although the image was fragmented, he could clearly make out his eyes. They were blue, but as he stared, the eyes in the reflection turned red with a small, dark comma shape in each orb. After he finally blinked, they returned back to their normal deep blue color. Since then they had changed from blue to red rarely, finally becoming permanent when he turned 10. Naruto learned of his past from a person he knew only as Aji-chan. His earliest memory of the kind, dark-haired man was when they'd first met. The 5-year-old had been sleeping on a cot in a small room when a sudden noise roused him from his nap. He saw a short man wearing dark clothing climbing in through a window on the far side of the room. "This is no place for you to grow up, boxed in away from the outside, even if the third Hokage does have a good reason. Hey there, little Naruto. Do you want to come with me?" the man asked. Naruto blinked wide blue eyes, startled that the stranger had known his name. But something the man said caught his attention. "Outside? Where the trees are? And sunlight," he thought. He nodded. He never got the chance to go out and do anything, rather than running through the streets and playing on the playgrounds with other children. He was cooped up in a room with an old man who occasionally came to visit and a lady who brought him food. Boring didn't come close to describing the monotony of his young life. "Yes," he said, nodding his head. "Anything is better than here." The expression on the older man's face softened and a fiercely protective look came into his eyes. "You don't have to stay here anymore. What does the third Hokage think he is doing, keeping you in here like this? All right then, hold on tight and stay very quiet. You can call me Aji-chan, okay?" the man said as he scooped Naruto up into his arms tenderly. "Yes, Aji-chan," Naruto replied and buried his face into the man's shoulder. He eased through the window again and carried Naruto to an apartment building far away from the Hokage Tower. Shortly after Naruto settled into the place, he began to teach the child, hoping to instill some valuable skills that would allow him to go out on his own. Naruto matured much faster than any other child Aji-chan had ever seen. He learned to read, think carefully, analyze situations, and act decisively years before he would be old enough to join the ninja academy in Konoha. He was also taught several useful skills that he later learned were known as jutsu. Although Aji-chan took the time to train him, he also made sure that Naruto had fun as well. He already knew that the kid was going to live a hard life. He had never known the true identity of the man who has taken him from his previous home, and despite his young age, he instinctively felt that this knowledge would have been dangerous for the both of them. When he told Ji-chan what had happened to his eyes that day, a concerned and troubled look came into his face. He quickly brought Naruto back to the apartment and locked the door behind him, using a jutsu to create a sort of barrier around the place. "Do not touch this door. You can play in here for the rest of the day," Aji-chan told him sternly. Later in the evening, the man went out and didn't return until nearly midnight with several scrolls and a small box. What Naruto learned that night had never once dimmed from his memory. His mother was from the Uchiha clan, a rare girl in a village that mostly consisted of boys and men. Even rarer still, she inherited the power of the Sharingan, a powerful Kekkai Genkai that allowed the wielder to see an attack of jutsu and copy it instantly. All of the women of the Uchiha clan possessed pure Uchiha blood, but lacked the chakra and strength to ever activate the Sharingan. The women were instead trained in arts of ninjutsu and jinjutsu, and the abilities of their bloodline remained dormant. Any female who carried this trait was considered a curse, but Naruto's mother was able to survive by wearing contacts to hide her heritage and eventually sealed the power within her temporarily. The punishment for concealing her Kekkai Genkai was death. Over time, fear and pressure swayed her decision to continue hiding her Sharingan. She staged her own death and fled to Konohagakure, the hidden leaf village, where she met and fell in love with a man named Erasure. Even after she confessed her identity to him as well as the Sharingan that she had sealed, they still lived together and eventually married. They lived together until one fateful night when Naruto was born. The Kyuubi, or the nine-tailed fox as some know it, went on a rampage and destroyed most of Konoha on the night of October 10th. Naruto's mother was injured when a nearby building collapsed and caused enormous debris to fly through the air. She went into labor shortly after Erasure found shelter for her at a nearby inn. With the help of countless Jonin, Chunin, and ANBU Black Ops, Erasure was able to create a powerful seal the demon inside of Naruto, his own son, by making a deal with the death god, Shinigami. Sadly, the jutsu cost him his life, and his mother died shortly after giving birth. Naruto was left in the care of the third Hokage until he disappeared one night after turning 5 by a mysterious man who offered him the chance to live outside the walls of his room. All of Konoha learned later that he had been taken, but no one was ever able to find out who took him or where he was taken. After Ji-chan finished recounting the story of Naruto's past, he opened the scrolls and showed the boy a picture of a dark red eye with 3 tomos in them. "Is this what your eyes looked like, Naruto?" he asked. The blonde-haired boy pulled the scroll closer and frowned. He reached out to touch the iris, running a finger over the little comma-shaped dots. Aji-chan watched patiently for Naruto to answer. "There weren't so many dots in them. Only 1. Not 3. Naruto replied slowly. "Do you know what this is?" Aji-chan pointed to the picture on the paper. Naruto scanned the scroll for words and finally found a small paragraph inked onto the bottom of the parchment. He mouthed the words silently as he read through the details concerning the image. "It's a bloodline trait, a Kekkai Genkai, the Sharingan," he said, although it was more of a question than a statement. "Yes, and you have this trait from your mother. This is a special Kekkai Genkai. Once you activate it and master the proper skills, you will be able to do many things with it. However, you know that the villagers don't really like you, correct? Well, you have to hide this from them. You mustn't ever show this to anyone except me." "Yes," Naruto replied, blue eyes clouding over with sadness as he remembered the lonesome times he had to walk through the village. It was always with the looks, and now he knew why. The demon, the powerful demon whose unbridled strength was no match for anyone except his own father, Erasure. It was sealed inside of him. But he wasn't a demon. Ji-chan always said that having a powerful demon sealed in his belly did not ever make him the same thing. "You are always human. You just have a little extra on the inside, that's all. Remember that. The mean things that people say aren't true. I understand, but how can I hide it? And my eyes aren't like that now, are they? Naruto asked, eyes wide. Aji-chan couldn't help but laugh at the gesture. After all, he looked so much like a child with the wondering expression on his face. No, but the next time your eyes change, come and tell me as soon as you can. Try not to let anyone see them. When you're older, your eyes probably stay like that all the time. The older man explained while looking at his charge, who nodded with a seriousness so uncharacteristic of him it was funny. With the discovery of Naruto's Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan, Aji-chan had gone out and bought contacts in the same deep blue that he'd grown up with until his ability appeared. At first Naruto hated to wear them all the time because they constantly bothered him, but he wore them to please the man who had watched over him ever since he was 5. When he was 10 years old, he came to accept them and then even to like them because a few days after he turned 10, his eyes bled into the Sharingan and became permanent. After Aji-chan left him for reasons unknown, Naruto used his knowledge to disguise his appearance and work to earn money, so he could buy the contacts himself. End flashback and memory. Naruto shook his head, breaking himself out of his reverie, and glanced at the clock. 7:10 already. I'm gonna be late. He dashed to the kitchen. He put on his shoes and scarfed down a bowl of cold miso ramen that had been sitting in his refrigerator for several days. He ran a quick brush through his blonde hair before locking his apartment door and running out into the streets of Konoha in the direction of the practice field. He could just imagine his teammates' irritation at his tardy arrival. Oh boy, he thought. I'm gonna get an earful from Sakura when I get there. This stinks. Maybe I should just stay home. Chapter 2. Kind words cause guilt. Arg. Where the heck are Naruto and Kakashi-sensei? Sakura shouted the question at nobody for the dozenth time in an hour. This was really getting on Sasuke's nerves, but he couldn't seem to get the same question out of his own head. It just wasn't like Naruto to be late for anything, especially training. It simply didn't fit with his usual outgoing attitude. He usually came with Sakura, or else arrived shortly after she did. Sasuke was the last to arrive, but he always showed up before their sensei did, having already adjusted his internal clock to allow for Kakashi's chronic tardiness. If Sakura actually paid more attention to Naruto than all of trouble he constantly gets into, then she would have noticed that he hasn't been himself lately. His smiles just seem like there isn't anything behind them. Maybe it's because I know what it's like to hide behind a mask that I can see through people's disguises. Where are you, Naruto? Sasuke asked lowly, but it wouldn't have mattered if he'd spoken at a normal volume because Sakura was speaking too loudly to hear him. He folded his hands under his chin and rested his elbows on the bridge. Kakashi was late as usual, but even he arrived before Naruto did. By the sun's position in the sky, Sasuke calculated that it was already near 11 when their sensei finally arrived with a faint blush on his one visible cheek and an Ika Paradise book held open with one hand. How can he stand to read that trash? It's probably nothing but porn. Why did I have to get stuck with a perverted sensei? Sasuke said, turning and eyeballing the book with disgust. I wonder what his excuse for being so late is this time. Sorry about that, guys. I got lost on the highway of dash, the silver-haired Jonin began. Life. Sasuke cut him off with a smirk, hoping to irk his sensei just a little bit. Kakashi gave him a look with his one, uncovered black eye that made Sasuke resist the urge to chuckle. Serves him right. Hey, where is Dash? Kakashi asked again. Sasuke held back a snicker as Naruto arrived, cutting him off yet again. Right on time, Naruto. Well, sort of. I might just have to thank you later. Now, what are you going to do? Kakashi-sensei. Here I am. Hehe. Sorry I'm late. Naruto shouted as he skidded to a stop in front of us. His cheeks were flushed red and sweaty from running. Never mind that, idiot. Let's go get some training done before the day is over. The dark-eyed genin replied. Sasuke caught a glimpse of Sakura's expression from the corner of his eye. She had a mixed look of worry and annoyance. He didn't want to risk directly facing her in case she decided to give Naruto a good yelling at. He rather liked his ability to hear and didn't want to lose it. How else would I ever be able to avoid all the fangirls if I couldn't hear them? Nah, even if I was deaf I could still hear them. Now what is Sakura going to do about Naruto? You're late, Naruto, Sakura stated. I know, but us all standing here because I'm late isn't going to change anything. Can we go already? Naruto replied impatiently. I'm surprised that she didn't yell his head off, Sasuke thought as he watched Sakura for the slightest sign of anger. Without a word, Kakashi led his team to the training area, which was really just a small open field surrounded by trees. He held out his hand and signaled the trio to stop. He kept walking until he came nearly face to face with a tree. What? Are we doing this again? We've been doing these chakra control exercises ever since we got back from that C-rank mission at the Land of Waves. Can't we do something else? Naruto shouted as he watched the Jonin walk right up the trunk of the tree until he was hanging directly upside down on an overhanging branch. Well, we're doing it again, because you and Sasuke haven't quite mastered it yet and Sakura can use this training to increase her chakra reserves. So since you've done this before, you all know what to do, Kakashi said and flipped open his perverted book. We are all going to stay here until every one of you can walk all the way up to the top, he said, abandoning Team 7 for his novel. Sakura closed her eyes to block out the surroundings as she concentrated on sending a small amount of chakra to her feet. She took a deep breath and opened her eyes again. The pink-haired Kunoichi walked back a little ways from the tree she had chose and then retraced her footing. She stepped as if she were walking normally on the ground, one foot in front of the other. Don't lose your focus. Don't let yourself be distracted, Sakura, she told herself mentally. Wow, good job, Sakura, she heard Naruto. She looked down to see that she had already gone up the entire length of the tree. She was standing sideways, feet planted on the tree, giving her a strange angle. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and then both determinedly started running up their chosen trees only to fall again seconds later on the ground. Cha! Said inner Sakura. On my very first try too. Beat that Sasuke. Well done, Sakura. Once again she has proved that she has better chakra control than the both of you, Kakashi complimented, referring to Sasuke and Naruto. You can sit down and wait if you'd like, or you could test your own limits. None of you are going to leave until Sasuke and Naruto can learn to control their chakra better. Sakura turned and walked down the tree calmly, even though inner Sakura was dancing madly inside. She sat right underneath it and leaned her back against the tree trunk. Her rest period was interrupted by a few minutes of peace and then a thump-thump. The thump-thumps belonged to Sasuke and Naruto, who competitively raced each other up the tree only to get a little farther than their previous attempt and then landed rather pathetically on the ground. Before they fell, they marked the bark on the tree with a kunai to keep track of their progress. 2 hot and sweaty hours later, they were still struggling to stay on. Sasuke was in the lead, but Naruto wasn't far behind. Okay, if you push too much chakra into your feet, then the bark breaks. I just need to limit the flow of chakra until I find the right amount, Sasuke thought as he landed cat-like on the ground after the bark crumbled away from his foothold on the tree. He looked at the scars he'd made on the tree and then at Naruto's. He's catching up to me. I need to get stronger. A lot stronger if I want to avenge my clan. You watch out, Itachi. I will prove to you that I am not weak or pathetic. Just you wait. He pushed away all thoughts of his blonde-haired teammate and focused on the training as memories began to resurface. Memory/flashback. Third POV. Sasuke ran through the streets of the Uchiha clan village, but no matter which direction he fled in, he was confronted by the dead bodies of his clan. Kunai and shuriken pierced the walls of the buildings. Dark pools of blood surrounded most of the corpses, unable to be absorbed by the earth because it was already heavily saturated. Overhead, a full moon glowed in the dark skies overhead, surprisingly clear for a warm July night. He hadn't seen his older brother yet, but he was afraid to look anymore in case his brother was dead as well. He wanted to run as far away as he could, but terror kept him glued to the spot. He couldn't leave without finding his mother. With great trepidation, he began to run in the direction of his home, trying his best to avoid the lifeless bodies on the ground. When he arrived, the door to his house was already open. Fearfully, he stepped inside, only to be greeted by a terrifying sight. He stared at his older brother who stood beside the still body of his mother. His eyes grew wide as they fixed on the bloodstains covering Itachi's clothes and cheeks. Itachi, why isn't Okasan moving? Sasuke asked, watching the life-giving liquid rush out of his mother's body to puddle beside her. Foolish brother, just look at you. So young, so innocent, so weak. I could take your life so easily, just like I did with them. They were all so very weak. Why you killed them? All? Sasuke's voice shook with rage, but it was mostly fear that made his voice tremble. Yes, I did. Even your mother. Our mother. It's only you and me left now, Sasuke. But why? Tears flooded the little boy's cheeks. They were weak, I suppose. I shall let you live. Run and cling to your pathetic existence. We will meet again. Sasuke tried to run, but his body froze up. He stood, trembling from head to toe, crying as he faced his older brother. I said go, now, before I change my mind, Itachi said, and in the blink of an eye, he threw a miniature senbon needle into Sasuke's right shoulder. The child cried out in pain, gripping his shoulder as a dark stain grew larger on his shirt. Sasuke turned his back and ran as fast as his little legs could take him. Suddenly outside, the warm night air scented with blood hit him like punch to the gut. He gagged on the stench but kept running until he was deep within the forest. End memory/flashback. Sasuke gasped sharply, breaking out of his memory, and then quickly looked around to see if anyone had noticed. Sakura was still beneath the tree and Naruto was climbing up beside him. Neither of them appeared to have heard. He let out a small sigh of relief. I can't imagine what they would do if they knew the things that I see every time I close my eyes. That I'm not as cool and unshakable as they think I am. It isn't easy to block out the memories. He glanced at Naruto just in time to see him fall flat on his back, breathing heavily. Man, why can't I do this? I know I can do this, he said as he pushed himself to his feet with one hand. What is that? Sasuke's eyes caught on something white in Naruto's hand. He tried to get a better look, but when he realized that Naruto was watching him intently, he grew uncomfortable and went back to climbing his tree. After he was certain that the blonde was no longer looking at him, he snuck another glance. This time he saw a brief flash of pain in Naruto's eyes as he landed on the hard ground. He watched Naruto get up and tug down the right sleeve of his jacket until it just covered his knuckles. What happened to him? Did he injure himself somehow? Should I ask? Sasuke contemplated asking his teammate until he remembered how uncomfortable Naruto's gaze had been. Almost like he was begging me not to say anything. But if he hurt himself doing something stupid and it's still bothering him, he usually heals pretty quickly. Meanwhile, as Sasuke mentally debated on whether or not he should say anything, Naruto attempted to direct his chakra to his feet and ran up the thick tree trunk in front of him. He landed on his feet and fell back on the ground, panting. He was tired. The lack of sleep was getting to him now. The jolts of pain that spiked up his right arm every time he made the hand sign to focus his chakra were starting to wear him down. All he wanted more than anything was to crawl back under the covers in bed and pass out. But I can't yet. I have to beat Sasuke. I think he saw, though. That isn't good. I just hope he doesn't ask. Naruto thought as he pulled his sleeve down again nervously. He'd only think I'm weak. Not that he doesn't already think that. But after the land of waves, well, he seems more open to the idea of us being his teammates. It's so weird that we're all getting along now. Our teamwork has improved a lot. But I still have to beat him. I have to prove. He forced himself to his feet. That I am strong. Maybe I should. Yeah, he nodded. Sakura had just fallen into a light doze when she felt something poke her shoulder. Ah, Naruto, what the heck do you think you're doing? She shot up, causing Naruto to back away a little. Sorry, Sakura, he apologized. I was just wondering if you could give me some advice on, he finished, pointing to a tree with numerous scars on it from his kunai. The kunoichi blinked. Naruto's asking me for advice? The number one, knuckle-headed, hyperactive ninja in all of Konoha is asking me to help him? This can't be right. Naruto's too stubborn to ask anyone for help, even when he needs it. But he is. I guess it can't hurt. All you do, Naruto, is close your eyes and focus. Try to feel the chakra on the bottoms of your feet. Then walk up the tree like you normally would walk, I guess. She replied. Kakashi peered over the cover of his orange-jacketed book and watched the two genin exchange words. He wouldn't readily admit it, but he was impressed. Ever since returning from the Land of Waves, all three genin, Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto, had been working hard to improve their teamwork. He could see them growing closer and closer together like a team should be. They're making up for lost ground quicker than I expected. The other teams all learned to work together and trust each other before mine did. After that C-rank mission turned B rank, they have all been training hard and are slowly starting to gain each other's trust. I can already see the results of their hard work. Naruto gives Sakura more respect and asks her for help when he needs it. Sakura has matured greatly, although she still has a ways to go. She tries to keep the peace between Naruto and Sasuke's occasional arguments. Sasuke's become more open and trusting with both of them. Well done, all of you, Kakashi thought and flipped to the next page of Ika Paradise. Do you think you could show me? Naruto hesitated before finishing his question. Sakura blinked twice, then nodded. She stood up, stretched her limber form, and walked over to a nearby tree. Watch and listen carefully, 'cause I'm not showing you again. All right, first you close your eyes and make the hand sign to help focus your chakra. She quickly closed her eyes and made the hand sign. Naruto watched expectantly, waiting for her to continue. Then, when you feel the chakra on the bottom of your feet, try to see if you can change the flow. Practice increasing and decreasing the amount of chakra so you can learn how a certain amount of chakra feels. After you've done that, just walk up the tree like you're walking on the ground. She took 2 steps forward and began walking up the tree. She stepped carefully, showing Naruto how the amount of chakra sticking her to the tree didn't cause the bark to peel back or disintegrate when she applied pressure. Once you find the right amount of chakra, you have to concentrate on keeping it at the same level. If you lose focus and it changes, you'll end up falling off. Sakura explained as she stepped off the tree and onto the ground. It's really easy, Naruto. You try it and I'll watch. Yeah, thanks a lot, Sakura. Naruto closed his eyes like Sakura said and followed her instructions. Focus my chakra at the bottom of my feet. It's gotta be just right, not too much. He gritted his teeth as he made a hand sign to help him focus his chakra, praying that Sakura wouldn't notice. If she did, she said nothing. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief and concentrated on sending chakra to his feet. When he felt the familiar tingling of energy rotating around his toes, he adjusted the amount until he thought it would be enough and opened his eyes. All right, now just walk, Naruto told himself as he put one foot against the tree trunk and slowly tested it out. It seemed to be holding until he put most of his weight on the tree. His foot slipped back down, but he managed to regain his balance before he could fall. A little more chakra, Naruto. You can do it. Maybe getting a running start would help, Sakura suggested, trying to help out her teammate. Yeah, okay. Naruto nodded and backed away from the tree trunk. Once more he endured the needle stabs of pain in his right arm, and once more he focused his chakra, increasing the level on the bottom of his feet until the amount was slightly higher than before. Here goes. Naruto's feet connected with the trunk of the tree and carried him higher and higher. A rush of satisfaction flowed through him, but he squashed it down until he was positive that he wasn't going to fall down. Keeping the flow of chakra even was more difficult than he thought. Slowly, he turned around to face Sakura. "Hey, check it out, Sakura. I did it!" Naruto's shout of joy was abruptly cut off as he lost his balance and collided with the ground headfirst. "Naruto, are you all right?" Sakura asked, rushing to his side. Naruto sat up slowly with a dazed expression on his face. He shook his head several times and stared at Sakura, embarrassment turning his cheeks red. Unfortunately, Sakura misinterpreted his sudden change in color and began checking for injuries. Her hands flitted lightly over his head, checking for any signs of blood. When her hand lightly touched Naruto's right arm, he hissed softly and jerked it away. "I'm okay, Sakura. I'd have to fall harder than that to hurt myself." Thanks a bunch." Naruto rubbed the back of his nervously with his left hand and started to walk away. "Hey Naruto." The pink-haired girl reached out towards Naruto's right arm, which was hanging limply at his side. She grasped his arm, earning a stifled yell of pain from Naruto, and started to push up the sleeve. He fought the urge to scream and yanked his hand away. "I'm fine. It's nothing to worry about." Naruto brushed Sakura off and quickly retreated to his former tree before she had a chance to do anything else. Once he was safely out of her range, he closed his eyes and concentrated on making the pain in his arm go away. "Ow!" was all he could think as he massaged the injured limb with his opposite hand. Pushing the pain aside, he decided that he would try to walk up the tree again. Almost there, he thought, when he was suddenly interrupted. "Hey Naruto." "Ah, Sasuke. I was focusing my chakra," Naruto replied to Sasuke's sandals. He'd lost his balance and fallen down when he heard his name called. Sasuke averted his eyes and took a deep breath. "I shouldn't do this. He'll never let me live it down. Here goes nothing." "Tell me," he started. "What did Sakura tell you?" Naruto blinked several times. "Sasuke's asking me for help. I guess he didn't see what happened between me and Sakura. That's actually a good thing." "And why should I tell you?" Naruto smirked and Sasuke groaned inwardly. "Go ask her yourself if you want to. It's not like she's going to hug you or something." "Jerk," Sasuke said and went back to climbing up the tree, except this time he made it, leaving Naruto far behind on the ground. "Well done, Sasuke," Kakashi muttered. "We all knew you would get it eventually." He muttered even lower so that only Sakura, who was closest to him, could hear it. She burst into a fit of giggles, gaining odd looks from both Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke merely glared at Kakashi before crouching against the tree trunk. He jumped up and did a backflip, landing expertly on the ground in a handstand. With a smirk to show he was satisfied at having shut both Sakura and Kakashi up, he used his hands to propel his body to a normal stance. He was, of course, mimicking the way Kakashi usually got off the tree. "All right, you all can go. That's enough for today. Use any more chakra and you just might kill yourselves, and then I'd have all this new paperwork to fill out so I could get a new team, and then I wouldn't have any time to read my book," Kakashi said. Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke all gave him a creepy look and sweat dropped. "Right?" Naruto trailed off. He sighed and glanced over his shoulder at the training area. Disappointment hit him as he realized that he'd been the only one to not make it successfully up the tree. "We will all go again in 2 days. Be at the bridge at 7:30 sharp. And I don't want to hear any complaints if we do the same thing again. It will be worth it in the future." Dismissed. The trio turned to leave when Kakashi called out, "Hold on a minute, Naruto. I need to talk with you." Naruto stopped and turned to face his sensei with a look of confusion. "And I don't recall either of you being Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura." "Leave," he said, turning his head towards the other two who had also stopped. Sakura gave Sasuke a questioning look, which he noticed although he pretended not to. They both left, leaving the blonde-haired boy alone with their sensei. "So, Naruto, how about we go get some ramen at Ichiraku's?" Kakashi asked casually as he released the chakra hold on his feet and fell. With practiced ease, he landed on the ground beside Naruto. "No, not tonight, thanks. I've got somewhere to be." He stumbled slightly over his words, trying to come up with a believable excuse to avoid spending more time with the Jonin. It was in declining the offer that Naruto realized he had made the true mistake. A hand placed itself upon his shoulder in a fatherly gesture. He looked up wide-eyed, startled, and trembling slightly. "What's going on, Naruto? You haven't been yourself today. You were even late for practice today, and that isn't all. You couldn't concentrate on doing something as simple as directing your chakra to another part of your body. It isn't hard," the gray-haired man asked. The words stung even though Kakashi meant them to be helpful. Naruto fought back tears, feeling ashamed of himself and overwhelmingly guilty. "I just hold my teammates back. They don't really need me," he thought before dragging his mind back to the present. "Well, so were you." Naruto almost snapped back, still caught up in an emotional hurricane, but he stopped himself in time so it came out calmer. "You can talk to me, Naruto, whatever it is. I'll listen," the older man said gently and squeezed his shoulder affectionately. A soft whimper escaped from Naruto's lips even though he tried to hold it back. The pain from his injuries raced up his arm all the way to the points of contact on his shoulder. "It's nothing," he grated out the reply slowly after the pain died down a little. Kakashi watched him for a while in silence. Naruto grew extremely uncomfortable under his sensei's gaze. He began to fidget nervously, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. After several minutes, he seemed to grow calmer, more resolute. Naruto broke off as Kakashi suddenly grasped his shoulder tightly, and his other hand went out to Naruto's right arm. Naruto briefly struggled to get away, but he quickly learned that it only caused him more pain and stopped. Kakashi carefully pushed up his bright orange sleeve to reveal a length of bandage wrapped around his arm. The back of his hand, as well as his forearm, had several dark red stains marring the white wrappings. "What happened?" Kakashi asked coolly, releasing his student's arm. He stood back and waited for Naruto to explain. "Nothing," he replied after readjusting his sleeve so it covered the bandages again. "Well, I suppose you will tell me when you are ready. You may go now." Naruto disappeared from his sight faster than he had ever seen before. Kakashi merely sighed. "I will find out what's going on with you. You can't hide it forever," he thought, and went off to do his own things in Konoha. Chapter 3. Breaking Down. Naruto closed the door to his apartment behind him and stumbled into his bedroom. He collapsed numbly on the bed. Only when he sat up several minutes later did he realize that he was still shaking from the encounter with his sensei. Flashback 3rd POV. "So, Naruto, how about we go get some ramen at Ichiraku's?" Kakashi asked casually as he released the chakra hold on his feet and started to fall off the tree. With practiced ease, he landed on the ground beside Naruto. "No, not tonight, thanks. I've got somewhere to be." He stumbled slightly over his words, trying to come up with a believable excuse to avoid spending more time with the Jonin. It was in declining the offer that Naruto realized he had made the true mistake. A hand placed itself upon his shoulder in a fatherly gesture. He looked up wide-eyed, startled, and trembling slightly. "What's going on, Naruto? You haven't been yourself today. You were even late for practice today, and that isn't all. You couldn't concentrate on doing something as simple as directing your chakra to another part of your body. It isn't hard," the gray-haired man asked. The words stung even though Kakashi meant them to be helpful. Naruto fought back tears, feeling ashamed of himself and also overwhelmingly guilty. "I just hold my teammates back. They don't really need me," he thought before dragging his mind back to the present. "Well, so were you." Naruto almost snapped back, still caught up in an emotional hurricane, but he stopped himself in time so it came out calmer. "You can talk to me, Naruto, whatever it is. I'll listen," the older man said gently and squeezed his shoulder affectionately. A soft whimper escaped from Naruto's lips even though he tried to hold it back. The pain from his injuries raced up his arm all the way to the points of contact on his shoulder. "It's nothing." He grated out the reply slowly after the pain died down a little. Kakashi watched him for a while in silence. Naruto grew extremely uncomfortable under his sensei's gaze. He began to fidget nervously, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. After several minutes, he seemed to grow calmer, more resolute. He obviously felt a little more secure, but he didn't know why. Maybe Sakura didn't notice after all, and I was just being paranoid. Yeah, that's it. There's no way Kakashi could know about my arm. Naruto broke off as Kakashi suddenly grasped his shoulder tightly, and his other hand went out to Naruto's right arm. Naruto briefly struggled to get away, but he quickly learned that it only caused him more pain and stopped. Kakashi carefully pushed up his bright orange sleeve to reveal a length of bandage wrapped around his arm. The back of his hand, as well as his forearm, had several dark red stains marring the white wrappings. "What happened?" Kakashi asked coolly, releasing his student's arm. He stood back and waited for Naruto to explain. "Nothing," he replied after readjusting his sleeve so it covered the bandages again. "Well, I suppose you will tell me when you are ready. You may go now." Naruto turned and raced away from his sensei, not daring to look back until he was far, far away. Kakashi was no more than a speck on the horizon when he did turn around. Shaking with emotions, he ran the familiar route back to his apartment. End flashback. Naruto blinked several times and realized that he couldn't actually remember running back to his apartment at all. It was like his brain had simply switched to autopilot and directed his legs to carry him home. Man, that's creepy. Brat, you do know that you are bleeding all over the bed, don't you? Say what? Naruto shouted, completely forgetting that the nine-tailed fox was speaking into his mind and not sitting beside him. The fox heard him nonetheless and couldn't help but chuckle. "Naruto, you really do amuse me sometimes." Naruto pushed up his sleeve only to see that one of his wounds had accidentally reopened and fresh blood seeped slowly through the bandages. As it was, he already needed to change the bandages, but the combined effort of training and then collapsing on his bed had torn open the two small gashes on his forearm, sending rivulets of blood streaming down his fingertips to stain his bed. Grasping the wound with his other hand, he stood up and stumbled into the bathroom, muttering a swear word or two under his breath as fresh waves of agony spread through his arm. "So this is what everyone feels when they get hurt," he said, not completely sure whether he was talking to himself or the nine-tailed fox. "Yes, brat. I normally heal your wounds without question. After all, if you die then I die and I don't feel like dying. However, I already stated that I will not lend you my chakra this time because Shut up. You've told me enough times." "Stupid fox," Naruto said loud enough for the fox to hear. "Stupid human. I told you to be quiet already. And since when do I listen to you? When do you ever listen to me?" Naruto replied and blocked out all of the Kyuubi's presence from his mind. Naruto gave a depressed sigh as he turned his attention to removing the bandages from his arm. He managed to unwrap most of them without a problem, at least until he got to the back of his hand. Some of the gauze was sticking to the wound and he was afraid if he pulled it off it would worsen the injury. This type of pain was new to Naruto. Before, his former sensei had taught him to communicate with the demon sealed inside him. He'd never even been aware of being the fox's container. Now he could talk with the Kyuubi and share thoughts with him as well. But his injuries had always been healed without question or consent, and the Kyuubi wasn't exactly cooperating with him at the moment. The genin did his best to fight back against his emotions, but it did nothing to prevent the sudden onslaught of tears. Small, crystalline drops raced down his cheeks, leaving angry red marks in their wake. "Naruto! Shut up! Just shut up!" Naruto shouted angrily as he ripped the rest of his bandages off in a blind rage. Red liquid slid in small gushes down his skin, staining his clothes and floor, but he didn't seem to see this. Nothing mattered at the moment except for the emotions that flooded over him, as if a dam had broken during a heavy storm and all of the water was rushing over the scattered remains. And then he felt it, like he was feeling the pain again for the first time. But this was different. This was welcomed pain. Pain that blocked everything out until there was nothing left behind and all of his thoughts revolved around pain itself. He slid his right hand easily into one of the pouches on his legs and pulled out a kunai. His skin prickled with anticipation as he brought the sharp metal blade towards the skin of his right hand. A fire spread rapidly through his arm as he dug the blade deep into the open wound and dragged it through. Flecks of blood splattered on the floor and his clothes when he pulled back. He let the kunai drop from outstretched fingers onto the ground with a clatter. The need for more pain inside him was far from satiated, and all Naruto was left with was a feeling akin to hollow. Self-hatred rose within him, clawing at his insides, pulling him down further and further with each heartbeat. It doesn't feel like enough. I need more. I need more pain. Naruto stared blankly at the new mess on the bathroom floor, completely unaware that a few blocks away, his sensei had felt a sudden rise and fall in his chakra level and was making his way towards the apartment where he currently was. In a half-blind, half-numb movement, he stood up and flicked the lights off, plunging the small room into darkness and concealing the details of his deed. He kept going, leaving, stopping only to lock the door securely behind him. Anger at himself wreaked havoc on his mind, twisting his chaotic thoughts until he could no longer stand it. Out in the forest of Konoha, an enormous tree fell victim to the blows of furious fists and kicks. It stood in silence as two hands rained down hit after hit until their knuckles were bloodied and sore. Insults directed at himself slipped out occasionally as he continued attacking the wide trunk. Idiot, so stupid, can't do anything right. Everyone hates me. Think I'm someone I'm not. Should just leave. He told himself over and over. He let loose a stream of swear words when he felt one of just knuckles crack painfully against the rough bark. But once again he couldn't hold back the tears when they came. They only grew larger as Naruto fought to keep them from falling, and he finally surrendered. He was blinded by them as they raced down his cheeks in familiar tracks, retracing the invisible ones from earlier. He sank to his knees on the soft dirt of the forest floor, oblivious to the dirt that stained his pants. Kakashi made his way hastily to Naruto's apartment in the middle of the night. The setting sun made it difficult for him to see, but his other senses, almost inhumanly enhanced from years as a jonin and previous years before that as a member of the ANBU Black Ops. When he reached the door, he sent a small stream of chakra beneath the small opening. The chakra spread out in a thin, invisible layer across the floor. If anyone was home, he would know. Silent as a cat, he slipped the lock on the genin's door and opened it. Odd, he said to himself as he let his body relax. He started to leave, but something nagged at him from the back of his mind, something that made him pause. It was faint, so faint in fact that he could barely smell it, but he recognized the subtle smell with a sickening lurch in his stomach. It was blood. Kakashi pushed the bathroom door open, turned the light on, and stared. A small scarlet puddle was drying on the floor. His eye caught on a reddish footprint that was pointed towards him. Something shiny winked at him from the corner of his eye. He quickly approached it and reached down. From the floor, he picked up a blood-covered kunai. As he held it in his hand, he realized that the blood could only belong to one person: Naruto. Where is the kid anyways? He should be home right now, not wandering off somewhere in the middle of the night. He would have been worried that something bad had happened to him except for the fact that there were no obvious signs of a struggle. The weapon clinked softly against the tiles as he set it back in its original position. He carefully erased any signs that he had been trespassing, making sure to close both doors and turn off all the lights before relocking the door behind him. The jonin sped off into the darkening shadows of Konoha, head full of confusing thoughts. How did Naruto's blood ended up on the kunai? Why? He was so preoccupied with the aforementioned ninja that the nearly exhausted level of chakra belonging to a certain blonde wasn't registered by his senses. Naruto had managed to pull himself up from his position on the ground and stagger tiredly towards his home. Off in the distance, he saw a figure running away, but he didn't give it a second glance. Instead, he concentrated all his efforts on forcing his body up 3 flights of stairs. As he reached out to grasp the doorknob, he realized that his hand was shaking. He gritted his teeth to prepare himself for the burning pain that he knew awaited him as he stretched out his aching, blood-covered hand and opened the door. A fire spread up his arm, but he ignored it. He pulled the door shut behind him. He stumbled blindly through the darkness and finally managed to turn the lights on after the 3rd try. The harsh light burned his eyes and he grimaced as he walked to the bathroom. The mess was, of course, as he left it. He groaned and began to clean up the congealed blood with a few wet paper towels. The kunai he stuck back in its pouch after wiping it clean of the stains. Naruto tossed the dirty towels into the small trash can beside his sink. They made a soft, tinkly sound as they landed on top of the broken shards of his former mirror. He held his right arm under the faucet until all of the blood and dirt washed off. He didn't bother wrapping the wounds, too tired to care about anything except sleep. As he turned to leave, he caught his reflection staring back at him from the spiderweb cracks in the remaining shards of glass still pathetically clinging to the frame. 2 haunted blue eyes stared unwaveringly back at him. There were huge purple bags under his eyes from his recent lack of sleep. Almost unconsciously, he reached up and removed his contacts. Now 2 Sharingan eyes watched him closely, as if delving into the secrets he kept hidden deep within his mind. He shrugged and turned his back, closing the door on his mirror image. A sigh escaped his lips as he collapsed gratefully on his bed, not caring about all the blood that raced down his arm to stain the covers. The tension slowly released itself, leaving him limp and utterly drained. He didn't even bother to change his clothes or wash up, just closed his eyes and sank almost immediately into a deep, dreamless sleep that quickly turned into unconsciousness. "I will heal your wounds now, Kit. If you lose any more blood, it will take longer for you to fully recover." The 9-tailed fox used a nickname he'd recently come to call the kid who was his container. He never used the name unless Naruto was sleeping, not wanting the boy to know that emotional walls he naturally possessed were beginning to crumble. Naruto was having an effect on him that he wasn't too fond of, but, despite his immense strength, he was powerless to stop it. After being sealed inside someone's stomach for 12 years, time combined with that person seemed to mellow him out a bit. Naruto's breathing and heartbeat slowed down dramatically as the Kyuubi increased the flow of his chakra through the seal on his cage to mix with his container's chakra. The bright red energy mixed with the blue of Naruto's normal chakra and flooded his system. All of the injuries the genin had recently sustained from the mirror, training, and his late-night escapade in the forest scabbed over instantly. They shrank in width and size until smooth, healthy flesh was all that remained. The Kyuubi withdrew his chakra immediately before settling down to sleep within the chambers of his cage. Naruto awoke briefly from a sudden pulsating warmth that had spread through his body from the fox's chakra and glanced down at his right arm. The only reminders of what had occurred were 2 thin, faint scars on his arm and several more on his hand. His knuckles were completely healed except for pale scar tissue stretched over the top. "Thank you," Naruto said, and he closed his eyes and was asleep again. Chapter 4. Comfort and Confusion. The morning came quicker than Naruto expected. He lay in bed, cocooned by his sheets and comforter, unwilling to move despite the steadily increasing rays of sunlight that struck his face as they shone through the window. The events of the past night flashed through his mind, further adding to his mentally compiled list of reasons to not get up. "Don't wanna," he mumbled semi-consciously, turning away from the light and stuffing his head beneath his pillow. Sleep did not return, causing Naruto to groan in frustration. Time to get up and face the day, he thought with bitterness. Yes, I suppose it is. That doesn't mean I want to, though. I don't believe you have much of a choice, brat. I wasn't asking you if I did, stupid fox. With a sigh, he wriggled out of his bedsheets slowly, still reluctant to trade the warmth of the bed for the coldness of reality. As he rubbed the sleep from his eyes, He noticed a blinking red light that demanded his attention. A message? Who would call this early? He asked himself out loud. A glance at the clock told him it was 11:30. He was stunned. Damn. I must have been more tired than I thought yesterday to have slept so late. Naruto yawned, squeezing his eyes shut, and he winced. The hell? He said and pushed open the door to his bathroom. Two blazing red eyes stared icily back at him from the broken mirror. He peered closer and saw that his eyes were irritated. Tiny, near microscopic red veins showed in the whites of his eyes when he neared the mirror even more. Probably from keeping my contacts in too long yesterday. You're such an idiot, Naruto, he said, the hand at his side clenching quickly into a fist. Relax, Naruto, he commanded himself. He looked down, realizing that he felt no pain and with that, no injuries. They were gone, but for some reason that didn't surprise him. Although he couldn't recall waking up in the middle of the night, he was positive that he had and the nine-tailed fox had chosen to heal them. Thank you. The fox didn't reply, just as Naruto suspected. Only gave a sleepy growl before settling down contentedly to rest again. At least I don't have training on Thursdays. All I have to do is stay out of sight until it gets dark. I can go to my sanctuary today. Contact lenses would only irritate his eyes. He couldn't risk letting his teammates or sensei see his eyes. There would be far more questions than he had answers for. If he had to go without them for a day, then today would be the best day to do it. I can stay out of sight today. Give my eyes a chance to rest. Tomorrow it will be back to the same old, same old. But one day, that's all I need. It should be all right. He shook his head to dispel the thought and pressed the blinking red button on his telephone answering machine. You have one new message. New message 1. Hey Naruto, it's me Irika. Thought you might like to go to Ichiraku's for breakfast. My treat dash. Naruto pressed the erase button before he could hear the rest of the Jonin's voice. The automated voice beeped twice. Message deleted. You have no new messages. It said with the cold, impartial voice that only machines could produce. Sorry, Irika-sensei. Maybe another time. He replied softly, as though his former sensei would be able to hear him. The blonde showered quickly and decided to skip breakfast, since he knew he was going to be running for a while and didn't feel like throwing up his food from the exercise. He chose his outfit carefully, remembering that his usual bright orange clothes would attract attention. They served their purpose well. He used to wear the annoyingly vibrant orange clothes because they caused people to notice him. Being noticed, even if it was negative attention he received, felt better than being ignored. Today, he pulled out a uniform that looked exactly like his orange one, except that where his old outfit was orange, this one was black and it fit tighter on his body. When he looked at himself in the remains of the bathroom mirror again, he noticed two things that startled him. One half of him was actually pleased with the way he looked dressed almost entirely in black. The other half started to wonder if he wasn't becoming obsessed with the mirror. Guess I'll just have to take it down and throw it away when I get back. He rolled up his sleeves again, glad that only the faint white scars were left as a reminder. Even those were mostly invisible, and more than likely would disappear altogether within a few days. He sighed as he shut the door behind him before he had a chance to contemplate further on what he'd done the night before. The aspects of it still scared him. Idiot, he murmured. He left the apartment as it was, stopping only to secure the lock behind him, and took off into the sunny streets of Konoha. The blonde-haired genin made his way quickly towards his destination, using the increased speed that came only from day after day of taijutsu practice. His sanctuary was deep within the heart of Konoha's forest, where the tall coniferous trees blocked out all light. It left the place cold and slightly damp, with a scent of earthy decay that comforted all of Naruto's senses. Hey Fox, I'm going to borrow some of your chakra, okay? Naruto asked, although it was more of a statement than an actual question. The kitsune growled as he was awakened by Naruto's voice inside his mind. Fine, brat. Now let me sleep in peace, was the Kyuubi's abrupt reply. He infused a small amounts of the Kyuubi's chakra with his own to boost his speed even more as he leaped from rooftop to rooftop. A smile tugged across his face when the wind created by his movement scattered some papers that had been stacked neatly on an open shop desk outside. A woman rushed around, picking up the advertisements while searching in vain for the source of the mysterious wind. It didn't slow his progress in the least. He couldn't allow himself to be seen in town with his Sharingan eyes. Just imagine if they knew, he thought, referring to the citizens of the village hidden in the leaves. People already fear me because of the Kyuubi sealed inside. If they knew what other secrets I hold inside me. He let his thoughts trail off, preferring to leave that part blank. Thinking about it made it feel even more real, as though he had already proclaimed loudly to the people of Konoha that the blood of the Uchiha clan flowed through his veins. Run in terror, he breathed out loud. He did not deter his speed until he neared the middle of the thick grove of trees bordering their land from the vast desert that led to the land of sand. Immediately upon entering the area, Naruto separated his chakra from the demon fox inside him, a handy technique taught to him during a lesson from Ji-chan, and masked all of his entirely. The last thing he wanted was someone sensing it and trying to find him. A familiar rock met his line of vision and he knew he was in his sanctuary. Normally, no sane person would travel this far into the forest for fear of getting lost in the tree-infested place as well as enemies. Only a strong agreement kept the sand and leaf villages from fighting, and there were complicated rules to the treaty as well. Naruto slipped through the shades and shadows easily. Rare beams of pale sunlight struggled their way through the layers of leaves to shine weakly in patterns on the ground. He climbed up on the rock and leaned his back against the smooth bark of a maple tree which grew directly behind the large, grayish boulder. He let out a sigh and closed his eyes. The faint red flush from running faded, leaving his skin darkened only by the protective shade cast by the trees. The muscles in his body relaxed as he evened his breathing out. It had been only 10 minutes since his arrival that he heard a growl. At first, he didn't know where it came from, and he scanned his surroundings for any sign of a person. Then he looked down at his stomach and patted it gently. I should have brought some food along with me, he thought ruefully. Oh well, nothing I can do about it now. I can probably find some things around here later that are good to eat, he said, replying to his thought out loud. Even his empty stomach couldn't motivate him enough to get up and search for food. He was reluctant to move at all. It just didn't seem worth all the effort. With a start, Naruto realized he was just feeling lazy. I wonder if this is what it's like for Shikamaru all the time. It must be really annoying having everyone on your case to do one little thing. Oh man, I really don't want to get up. The genin had just fallen into a light doze when a sudden flare of chakra caused him to open his eyes. He shot to his feet, his body tensed instinctively in a defensive position. Calmly he scanned the area again, taking extra care not to make a sound. The shadows suddenly seemed deceptive, as though a hidden entity lay waiting in the darkness. The nine-tailed fox spirit that dwelled inside him did have its advantages, some of which his previous guardian taught him to use well. He learned that by concentrating on his actual chakra flow, senses enhanced naturally by the demon, like sight and smell, could be honed even more. It was this such talent that Naruto used to separate shadow from a dark-cloaked figure just beyond the trees. Whoever it was, it didn't appear to be moving towards him. His mind raced through different scenarios and he came to a speedy conclusion. He could see the chakra of the figure displayed clearly now. Must know that I already spotted them, the genin thought. He felt a wave of chakra from his position on the rock and he realized that it wasn't a wave, but an actual aura. It was coming from the person hidden just beyond his range of trees. I've never sensed a chakra level like this before, not even from Kakashi, and he's a jonin. Who is this person? His right hand dropped down to the special leather pocket on his waist designed to hold sharp weapons without tearing. He pulled out a kunai, taking care to make no noise. The weight of the cold metal of the small, deadly weapon reassured him and he tightened his grip. Still masking his chakra, he took one step forward. The figure in the distance suddenly appeared running towards him, much closer than it had originally been. Substitution jutsu. Something similar to a smile twitched on Naruto's lips, and then he vanished into thin air. The fox's power gave him an immense power boost when he needed it, but he didn't want to use it unless he absolutely had to. Naruto allowed only the smallest amount of red chakra to slip through the seal, the result being slightly enhanced speed and hearing. Move one more step and this kunai will be the last thing you see. His voice spoke to the masked person, his kunai hovering just barely above throat of whoever it was behind the mask. You are good, wielder of the kyubi. Better than I expected, but I wonder. The hooded figure let his voice trail off. How do you know about? Naruto bit his question and launched a fast kick which connected only with a wooden log. He turned around him just in time to see several kunai heading right towards him. Thinking quickly, he pulled out 2 kunai and then threw all 3 of them. Each connected with another with a clang before dropping to the ground. More kunai came, this time with senbon needles as well. They approached their intended target quickly. Senbon and kunai? Usually it's one or the other, but both, Naruto thought as he jumped up to dodge the weapons. One of the senbon nicked him just across his leg, causing blood to drip down and seep into his clothes. It was only a minor cut, but it still stung. None of the kunai Naruto threw managed to reach the strange man in the cloak. He was just about to take out some more when the man suddenly attacked him head-on. Whoever he is, man, he's fast. Remember your training, Naruto. He let himself fall sideways and jumped to his feet, throwing another kunai. It was knocked to one side quickly by another of its kind. Naruto decided to attack. He charged at the man, sending a chakra-powered kick towards him. The man merely brought up his left arm and blocked it. A swift punch in the gut brought Naruto to his knees. Who are you and what do you want? Naruto asked, forcing himself to his feet. You still need much more training, Naruto, before you are ready to awaken your Sharingan. How do you know my name? The amount of chakra emanating so powerfully from the man it seemed explosive set Naruto's nerves on edge. The sheer amount of it was almost unbearable. It was actually making him start to feel a little sick. How much chakra does this guy have? Is he like... Could he be like me? A laugh came from within the robes. Naruto stiffened his body as the figure reached up and pulled his hood back. A name escaped in a breathless whisper from the genin's lips. Itachi. Chapter 5. The truth reveals itself. Why are you here? What do you want? Naruto questioned. He drew a kunai out from his leg pouch. He was surprised that his own voice wasn't shaking with fear, like he felt on the inside. It was no wonder. The amount of chakra generated by the man before him created an immense pressure around the area. Itachi was an Uchiha after all, just like Sasuke. He was, in fact, Sasuke's older brother. The same one feared by many if not all ninja. Itachi was considered a legend. Itachi looked at the genin and his Sharingan met its crimson reflection in Naruto's eyes. You have grown up so much since the last time I saw you, Naruto. I am proud, Itachi said softly. Don't talk like you know. He paused for a few seconds. Wait a minute. Your voice. You sound exactly like... I am. Well, I was for some time. I still can be if you want. No. I don't believe you. Why should I believe you? My guardian left me a long time ago. He never would have left me here alone without a good reason, and maybe I don't know what that reason is, but there is no way you and him could ever be the same person, he shouted. Anger and hatred bubbled inside him. Stress from the past few days was starting to really affect him. Who does he think he's fooling? This is Itachi Uchiha. The same man that slaughtered his own family and entire clan except for Sasuke. The kunai in his hand went quickly towards Itachi, but as it made contact, there was a puff of smoke and a log fell to the ground with the weapon embedded in its trunk. A substitution jutsu? I should have figured, but I didn't see him make any hand signs. You really don't remember me, do you? Itachi asked, appearing behind the genin. A barrage of punches and kicks came at him, but Naruto could not block all of them. He tried his best, but the Uchiha was stronger, more skillful, and more intelligent than him, and it was soon made obvious that he could not keep up. Naruto jumped back to avoid a punch only to have it still lightly graze his chest. Although the impact was slight, it was strong enough to send him zooming back. He landed, back first, against a tree trunk and slid down against the rough bark. Feeling the back of his shirt become wet and sticky with a substance he knew was blood, he forced himself to one foot and leaned most of his weight on his right knee. "I know all about you." Naruto's voice came in ragged gasps. You murderer. You killed Sasuke's entire family. Kakashi-sensei told me about you. We're a team now. Me and Sasuke. And Sakura." "Kakashi knows nothing," Itachi said coldly. His voice was flinty, sharp and edged with anger. "I killed no one. Someone who looked like me did that. They attacked me while I was alone and made a clone disguised as me. That man. My goal is to kill that man." Naruto paused for just a moment, considering that it might just be a possibility. He shook his head, appalled at the fact that he could actually almost believe someone like Itachi Uchiha, a cold-blooded killer. Still, those movements, the way he attacks, the way he moves, is so familiar. Damn it, why do I want to believe him so badly? He couldn't be Aji-chan, could he? "Liar, you're a murderer. Kakashi said you killed Kakashi Hatake, the famous copy-nin." Itachi spat the name out with disgust. "Do you honestly believe everything he says? How do you know he isn't the one deceiving you? Does he treat you He paused to sidestep a blow from Naruto with ease. "Differently than Sasuke or Sakura? Why? It's like something nagging in the back of my mind. There's something familiar about his movements, almost like his, but that can't be. It doesn't make any sense. But I feel like I've seen this before. I know. His movement, his ways of attacking, his speed. But it can't be. There's just no way it could be." "Shut up. He's my sensei," Naruto retorted loudly and sent a roundhouse kick with his words. Itachi smirked at the visible display of anger as he caught the genin's foot with one hand. "And besides, Sasuke would have known it was you. Kakashi-sensei might not have told me all of the details about his past, but he did tell me enough to know when to keep quiet. Even if someone sent a shadow clone of you, they wouldn't have been able to copy your Sharingan. And what do you know about the Sharingan, I have studied your movements using my own, and you don't even know how to activate it. So what can you tell me about this Kekkei Genkai?" Itachi retorted, pushing Naruto back and releasing his foot. Naruto recoiled physically as though he had been struck in the face. A dead look came into his eyes and he stood without moving, head down, arms hanging limp at his sides, hair casting a shadow over his face. It was a look of pure dejection, one radiating so strongly from the boy it seemed almost unreal. An abnormal quiet set in around them. Not even the wind stirred the branches of the trees. It suddenly grew cold and Itachi suppressed the natural desire to shiver. "I know." Naruto's voice came out low and barely audible. "I know that I can't use my Sharingan. The one thing that my mother gave me, all that I have of her, and I can't even use it," Naruto shouted, suddenly angry. He dropped to his knees and punched a fist into the ground, frustrated at the lack of ability to use the only gift passed on by his mother. The Uchiha almost flinched when he heard a knuckle pop loudly, ringing through the quiet, and then the sound of soft sobbing began. He swallowed his words, afraid to provoke Naruto further into his descent of self-pity. He never used to be like this. He never took out his anger on himself. "What happened to you, Naruto? What happened to you while I was gone? What did Konoha do to make you like this? I can't use it all right. I know that. I know, but I don't know why. Or how." Itachi observed silently, acute senses telling him that the boy was not yet done with his rant. "I've had He stopped, choking up momentarily. He cleared his throat and continued. I've had no one to teach me. After my guardian left, everyone here in Konoha hates me. They treat me like garbage, less than garbage, like I'm some kind of monster. Because of the QB sealed inside me, all I've been doing is living a lie. My sensei has to know about it, but I can't even tell my own teammates, because I'm afraid they'll hate me like everyone else. I don't. He wiped tears from his eyes and sniffed loudly. Want this anymore. If you're gonna kill me, then just do it already. He finished, picking up his head to look Itachi straight in the eyes. Itachi met his stare and was shocked. His eyes, they seemed so haunted, so empty. Is this my fault? Is this my fault for leaving you in the hands of these villagers? I never thought they would treat him this way, this badly. If they have, then it was truly a worse hell than I could have ever imagined. I'm so sorry, Naruto. I never should have left you like that. I was blinded by anger, by hatred, by the need for revenge against Orochimaru. You bastard. Even now you find ways to hurt the ones I love. You are a bastard. And so am I for leaving you to kill him, Naruto. Naruto. Itachi trailed off at a loss for words. A look of deep regret came into his crimson eyes. I hate to do this to you, but it doesn't look like I have much of a choice. If this is the only way I can get you to remember me, then so be it. He was gone in a flash, appearing less than a second later right behind Naruto. With an adept hand, he struck a small nerve right next to Naruto's neck. A blank expression appeared on his face, red eyes wide with surprise and shock. Only Aji-chan knew about that weak spot. His voice came out no louder than a whisper. He dropped to the ground with a thud. The black robes swished around the Uchiha's ankles as he approached the paralyzed blonde. His eyes stared up into the rich, dense, green canopy above him. I guess you were my sensei after all, Itachi. I'm sorry I didn't believe you at first. Naruto croaked out. Tears spilled out and dribbled down his face, but he couldn't move to wipe them. They clung to his skin until gravity caused the droplets to detach themselves and absorb into the soft, cool earth beneath the canopy. A detached expression fixed itself on Itachi's face, and his eyes clouded with unreadable emotions. He carefully picked up Naruto's body. He stared at the solemn kid in his arms. So jaded. He whispered lowly so that Naruto couldn't hear him. Just like Sasuke now. He whispered even lower, admitting that he had watched his younger brother grow up wrapped in a blanket of self-induced isolation and vengeance. All this is my fault, and I will fix it, he said determinedly. Not your fault, Naruto muttered incoherently. I'm going to take you far away from here, Naruto. You can train under my eyes so I can teach you how to use your Sharingan. Would you like that? He asked. He received a silent nod in reply. I'll teleport you to your apartment so you can get your things together. Today is Thursday, so I will come for you on Saturday, all right? Meet me here shortly before 1 a.m. and tell no one where you are going. Itachi went on. Okay, Naruto said quietly. A distant look filled his red eyes, but the haunted appearance had not left either. There was a small, controlled surge of chakra, a cloud of smoke, and then they vanished into thin air. Itachi placed the still paralyzed Naruto on the must-hunter green bedspread in his apartment room, and although he longed to survey the area to see just exactly what things Naruto had dealt with in the past, he didn't, knowing that it was best to be respectful of his privacy. Saturday, he said as a final reminder, and teleported himself away. Naruto lay awake, staring thoughtfully at the stark white roof over his head. In his mind, he had already gotten over the shock of learning that Sasuke's older brother had once been his mentor. It still jarred him slightly, and somehow that led to him mulling over Itachi's words on Kakashi. What secrets does Kakashi have? Well, it doesn't matter. I only have to get through Friday's training and then I'll be gone. That won't matter anymore. He pushed his thoughts away from that and focused on the present. Maybe things can get better. He mumbled and closed his eyes. There was nothing else to do except wait for the effects of the struck nerve to wear off. Chapter 6. To find a solution. A silver-haired jonin perched high up on tree branch, but for once it was one of the few instances in his life where flippantly turning the pages of Ika Ika Paradise was unnecessary. Instead, he thought quietly, mulling over the events that had occurred the previous night. The blood, the kunai, the bandages on his arm. Why wasn't Naruto home when I went to check on him? Where would he go at that time of night? He groaned, feeling a headache approaching fast, and ran a hand through his silver hair in a show of frustration. He had gone meticulously over each and every scenario his mind had given him. A fight, but there were no signs of a struggle, an accident, but judging by the depth of the hole in the wall it seemed unlikely, and nothing seemed to be adding up except for one. Kakashi was unwilling to think about what it all implied. Something so ridiculous in his head, yet the perfect clarity of it screamed at him. It was almost unthinkable, but his jonin mind was trained to take in every single detail and analyze it. The result of this skill heightened his perception even more. However, it didn't mean that he always liked what he found. But why would he do that to himself? He spoke quietly, shaking his head back and forth. It makes no sense. He's never shown any outward signs of hatred towards him. Kakashi cut himself as a chill crept down his spine. The hairs on the back of his neck were standing up. Someone was watching him. He could feel it. A split second later he was flying through hand seals, stopping only when he heard a noise. It was then that he realized it was only a genin squad and their sensei coming to train. Paranoid Kakashi, he told himself. Like I said before, if I'm still sane after I'm finished training my squad, I'll be lucky. And if I'm not, well, oh well. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inazaka, and Shino Aburame entered the field, followed by their jonin sensei, Kurenai Yuhi. He debated on dropping in to say hello, but that was quickly solved for him. Hey Hataki, what are you doing over here in our training grounds? Don't you have a genin squad to be torture training right now? Kurenai asked, red eyes shining mirthfully. Her voice caught the silver-haired jonin off guard and he lost his balance, just barely managing to use his chakra to stick himself to the tree before he could fall. Kurenai earned an embarrassed chuckle from the sheepishly grinning ninja. It's Thursday. I hold my practices on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I try not to kill my students with training because I'd hate to have to fill out more paperwork. She let out a laugh and then proceeded to assign duties to Kiba and Shino. Neither of them complained as they practiced a confrontational battle situation. Shino blocked kunai with his own, which were thrown by the enemy ninja, whose role was played by Kiba. They used this training to help them defend against attackers better in case they stumbled across an enemy during a mission. In missions such as those, escaping from an enemy as soon as possible and staying alive long enough to return to the base with the information gained were two extremely important factors that helped determine the success of a mission. Kakashi then noticed that Hinata wasn't training with her other teammates. Instead, the quiet, pale-eyed girl stumbled over and sat down behind a tree, hands wrapped around her legs, and hung her head so her dark hair hid her face. He watched as Kurenai's expression flickered from a slight smile to one of deep, motherly concern. She looked at him, words written across her face. Kakashi immediately understood that she wanted to talk to him, and they left quietly so as not to disturb the practice. Once they were safely out of hearing range, he nodded slightly to show he was listening. It's her father again, she started. I have been driving my team hard and they have all improved some since they've been with me. However, as you and I both know, Hinata has many self-conscious issues, of which her father disapproves greatly. She's had it so tough, having to know that Hanabi's skills are more developed than her own even though she is several years younger than her sister. I hate seeing her so depressed like this, but I don't know what else to do besides support her as best I can. I don't think anything I say can help her. What she needs is someone who can understand her feelings, who's been in her shoes before. Kakashi's mouth tightened into a grim line, remembering the somewhat infamous temper of the head of the Hyuga clan. Hayashi Hyuga was well known by most of the shinobi throughout Konoha for his slightly estranged ways and superior attitude. "She likes Naruto," he said quietly, saying what came to his mind without thinking. "I know that already, Hataki," she responded with a pathetic excuse for a smile. It didn't reach even halfway to her eyes. The two Jonin stood, each concentrating deeply on coming up with a solution to the problems at hand. Kurenai stared sightlessly up at the frilly cumulus clouds and remembered how Hayashi's cruel words had always hurt Hinata. They seemed to scar her deeper than she let on. While the Kunoichi contemplated about Hinata's melancholy attitude, Kakashi attempted to figure out why the number one, hyperactive, knuckle-headed ninja of Konoha would be hurting himself. He shook his head. "There is no way. Simply can't be. The blood and the kunai must have just been a mistake. He is always smiling and laughing. Naruto wouldn't do that to himself deliberately. Would he?" He stopped, wondering why he denied the possibility of it so strongly. He pushed it to the back of his mind and focused instead on the present. Then he realized that Kurenai had been talking. "Talk to Naruto," she finished. "Sorry, Kurenai. You're gonna have to repeat that. I wasn't quite listening." Kakashi smiled, and although it was hidden by the blue, skin-tight mask that covered the bottom half of his face, it showed in his one black eye. "I was saying that maybe we could get Hinata to talk to Naruto. She gets her strength and courage from him. If they were to be around each other for a while, maybe he would be able to make Hinata a little more confident in herself. And I'm not repeating myself again." She sent Kakashi a teasing glare. "Would that work? It's logical reasoning after all, so I don't see why it wouldn't. But Naruto, he is hiding something. Maybe Hinata can find a way to help him as well." Kakashi nodded in agreement, but said nothing about the incident involving Naruto. He decided that he would question the shy Hyuga afterwards and see if he had mentioned anything. "I will find out what's going on before this gets too out of hand," he thought determinedly. Kurenai gave one more final nod and they both returned to the training field. Their conversation had taken longer than they expected, and by now both the Inazaka and the Aburame were covered in sweat from the constant exercise. Kiba stopped to push back a few annoying strands of black hair that had stuck themselves stubbornly to his forehead. Shino stood in a quiet, dignified manner, but breathed heavily all the same. What surprised Kurenai, though she said nothing, was that he was over by Hinata, attempting to talk to her. Normally, the kid was amazingly stoic for his age. He didn't speak much. He never had. Most of the time he was silent and only talked when he felt it was necessary. Unlike Shikamaru, however, he was anything but lazy. Kurenai knew how seriously Shino took his training. Once Shino spotted Kurenai, he looked up and shrugged his shoulders. "No luck. Are we finished training?" he said, using body language to converse with his sensei. She understood his gesture and nodded once. Shino disappeared from the area in a swarming buzz of insects, leaving behind his sensei and two teammates. "Quiet for a genin. It's almost spooky," Kakashi spoke, trying to lighten the atmosphere. "They say it's the quiet ones that you should really pay attention to." Kakashi blinked, letting the old information sink in. Why didn't I remember that? Now that I really think about it, Naruto smiles and laughs most of the time, but he rarely says anything involving his home life. I don't even know how he was registered for the Ninja Academy. He always has a smile on. Could he be hiding something behind it? He never mentions anything about the general negative attitude of Konoha against him. And he doesn't even know why he's treated that way. Because of the fox. The nine-tailed kitsune imprisoned within his body. Why couldn't I see it before? I should have paid more attention to him, talked to him more. Maybe he would open up. None of his childhood memories must be very pleasant. He withdrew from his thoughts in time to see Kurenai smile faintly and start towards Hinata. Thinking quickly, he reached out and gripped her shoulder. She stiffened slightly from the pressure and he removed his hand. She turned to face him with a look of confusion. "What is it?" "I'll tell Naruto to talk to Hinata. I think it would be easier than making Hinata go alone. She has trouble approaching him. Remember?" Kakashi said in a tone only those closest to him could hear. In this case, Kurenai. She agreed without speaking, but then Kiba interjected. Hinata isn't only my teammate, but my friend as well. If you think there is any way I can possibly help, then tell me and I will. Then you can go tell Naruto to come here. Your sensei and I both think that he might be able to instill some confidence in her. Will you go? Kakashi asked. Of course I will. Just tell me how to get to Naruto's place and he'll be here in no time, he replied. Kakashi gave the genin directions and watched as he ran off to find Naruto. He gave a small sigh and walked over to the dark-haired Hyuga, who still hadn't left the position she was in earlier when she arrived. He bent down to her level and carefully placed a hand on her shoulder in an uncharacteristic attempt to comfort her. The Jonin disliked being in emotional situations as he never knew what to do. Hinata jerked her head up, startled by the sudden contact. Kakashi took in her bloodshot eyes, which were red and puffy from crying. A pale blue bruise was just starting to show itself on her right cheek. Geez, did Hayashi actually go far enough to strike her this time? Kurenai didn't mention anything about it. Maybe she doesn't know. He thought, his already small tolerance of the head of the Hyuga clan slipping down another notch. Now it was non-existent. If he did strike her, he could. No, he couldn't. They are related by blood. It would be seen as punishment, but still, it is unethical. He cannot be allowed to get away with something like this. Then again, I should not jump to conclusions. After all, I haven't heard Hinata's side of the story. It's going to be all right, okay? He spoke calmly, trying to reassure her. Then he realized she was trembling. He stood up, trying to ignore the tears that were welling up in her eyes. Stay calm. Stay calm. I can't do this. Oh, please don't get emotional on me. I don't know what to do in situations like these. Please, please, please. He prayed silently, nervously glancing at Hinata. Fortunately, his prayer was answered. Hinata just rested her head on her knees and curled up tighter, if it was even possible. Kakashi looked at Kurenai just in time to see her teleport away. He sighed again and began the long walk to the Hokage's office. But still, if Hinata is in danger of being harmed just by living in her own home, then something needs to be done before the situation gets too serious. He thought, picking up his pace to an easy run. Now I have even more to think about. I should go to the Hokage, but without evidence to support my concern, there isn't anything I can do. I need to be patient is all. Patience is a very important part of being a ninja, especially a jonin. Chapter 7. Cause for Alarm. Naruto groaned and stretched in the dying light of the sun that streamed in through his window. After an hour of laying completely and utterly still in the steadily darkening room, the paralysis had worn off and he was grateful to be moving around again. A wave of nausea overcame him and he stumbled across, but didn't fall over. Then his stomach growled. He remembered that he hadn't eaten anything all day. He immediately went about boiling some water to make ramen. Naruto tugged open one cabinet door, which hung precariously off of one hinge, above his kitchen sink to reveal dust and cobwebs. Kyuso, he swore beneath his breath. On tiptoes he strained to see all the way to the back of the cabinet, but there was nothing to see. He muttered another curse and switched off the little Bunsen burner where a pot of water sat just beginning to bubble. I guess I better go get some more ramen before the store closes, he said, speaking to himself out loud. Just then he heard a loud knock at the door. Who the hell would be here this late? He asked and blinked. When did I start swearing so much? I really don't like it at all, he thought, dismayed. Hey Naruto, if you're here then open up, a male's voice shouted. The blonde-haired genin recognized the sound of the voice. It belonged to Kiba Inazaka, a genin like himself who was a member of Team 8. He walked over to the door and reached out for the handle. Kiba? Hold on. I'll be right there, he said and pulled his hand back as if the doorknob had scorched him. Contacts. What the hell was I thinking? He would have seen my Sharingan if I had opened the door. You are such an idiot, Naruto, he admonished himself angrily. Naruto dashed to the bathroom, thrust open the door, and with ease gained only from years of practice, he put a pair of cerulean blue contacts on over his Sharingan eyes. His vision dimmed and pulsed several times, and he felt sick to his stomach. I guess my eyes adjusted to being uncovered, and now that I'm wearing contacts again, the Sharingan is reacting to the pressure. I don't feel too well. I need to eat something. I'm coming. Just give me a sec, Naruto said. He straightened up, forcing his body to stand erect, and managed to walk to the door without swaying. He opened the door with a sigh and allowed Kiba inside. This place looks like hell. What happened? Kiba asked, taking note of the hole-riddled walls, the cabinet still dangling by one hinge, the cobwebs in the corners of the rooms, the worn state of the bare wooden floor beneath him, a shattered window, and the light his small kitchenette that had just then decided to flicker on and off erratically. It's always like this, Kiba. Come inside. By the way, do you have anything to eat? I'm hungry, Naruto said, rewording his sentence carefully. I'm not starving, just hungry. Starving is growing up eating food out of other people's trash cans. He scolded himself. Kiba gave him an odd look. You don't look so good, Naruto. Your face is kinda pale. You alright? The Inazaka asked. Just then, Kiba's Nin Ken, Akamaru, chose to join in the conversation. He jumped right at Naruto's face without warning, but the genin instinctively held out his arms and caught the off-white ball of fur as it lunged at him. Hey there, Akamaru. Naruto greeted the dog, who responded with 2 yips. The dog sniffed him and stiffened. A small, low growl freed itself from his throat. He barked at Naruto twice before jumping back to Kiba. What's up with him? Naruto asked, fighting tooth and nail to not sway. His legs felt like jello and a surge of nausea threatened to overwhelm him. Akamaru says that your chakra level is unstable. Are you okay, Naruto? Kiba said, sharp black eyes studying the genin's face. Naruto was reminded briefly of the demon fox sealed within his body. He swore he felt the powerful creature stir restlessly in his mind. Demon, get out of our village. You don't deserve to be here. You just want to trick us into believing you are friendly and then you will kill us all. Get out, you monster! He gasped sharply, feel the words slice through his mind. It brought a wave of pain both fresh and old. The insults still stung, even though he tried so hard not to let them get through his barrier. It was always the words spat at him, jagged with pure, unadulterated hatred and contempt, that made him feel like he was losing control. I'm fine, Naruto said forcefully, dragging his mind back to the present. He silently willed Kiba to drop the matter and tell him what he was there for. Listen, the sun is going down, so it's going to get dark soon. I need you to talk to Hinata for me. What? Why? The blonde genin interrupted. Let me finish. Hinata is my friend as well as my teammate, and I'm worried about her. So is Shino. She's been having some problems with her father, and she hasn't been dealing with it too well. My sensei and your sensei talked about it. Hinata looks up to you. She gets her strength and courage from you. If you could talk to her tonight, or even just go over and be with her for a while, then maybe she'll have more confidence in herself. Kiba finished and looked at Naruto expectantly. What? Hinata? Problems with her father? I remember him. He was always yelling at her for something or other. I don't think I can help. Besides, there's training tomorrow and after Saturday I won't even be here anymore. Naruto felt a lump forming in his throat. It felt like someone had stuffed a wad of cotton into his mouth and forced him to eat it. He swallowed thickly as he remembered his promise to Itachi. He shivered in the last dim rays of the sun, feeling cold and extremely uncomfortable. All he wanted to do was crawl under a rock and disappear. Listen, Kiba. I don't think dash. Just do it, please. I hate seeing her like this. She likes you, Naruto. You can help her. Please, if not for her, then at least do it for me. Kiba pleaded. Naruto exhaled loudly and conceded. When I go with Itachi, I'll leave this whole place behind. I'll leave all my people behind. My friends, you're so selfish, Naruto. Maybe this is my last chance to do something good before I'm gone. I better not mess it up. I'll go then. Where is she? Training grounds. Thanks, Naruto said. He closed and locked the door before speeding off in the direction of the training grounds. Kiba watched the genin's retreating form grow smaller and small in the distance with an expression of confusion, satisfaction, and concern. I think I need to talk to Kakashi, he said to himself. His voice was so low that only Akamaru could hear him. Chapter 8. A Question Born of Sorrow. Thin veils of silvery lavender night clouds twined their ways across the ebony sky, accented by the twinkling of infinite stars. A calm quiet filled the atmosphere. All in all, it should have been a very peaceful night, but a small sound punctuated the silence. Hinata gazed teary-eyed up towards the heavens. Wet trails marred the pale skin of her cheeks, which were slightly pink from crying. It isn't true, she thought despairingly, remembering the sharp, barbed words her father had spoken. You are good for nothing, Hinata. Even Hanabi shows more promise than you, and she is 5 years your junior. You are not worthy of carrying the Hyuga title. How can you be my daughter? You are worthless. You mean nothing to me. Nothing. Hayashi's angry voice echoed in her mind. Her hand reached up and touched a spot on her right cheek. A blue mark, the faint beginnings of a bruise, appeared to glow in the moonlight. Hinata generated a small amount of green chakra, healing chakra, under 2 fingers and pressed it against her jaw. A purple spark erupted from beneath her fingers, negating the energy and effectively numbing her fingers. What did he do when he hit me? I still can't heal this. People will see and ask. I can't tell them. They probably wouldn't believe me if I told them the truth. Hinata's eyes brimmed with fresh tears. She let them fall, crying softly under the cover of night. She was oblivious to a figure watching from just beyond the inner trees of the training grounds. Naruto shifted his weight quietly from one foot to the other, unsure of how to approach Hinata. He had only been watching her for a few minutes, using the shadows as cover, but it was enough to clearly see that there was something wrong. He felt a twisting sensation in his gut. For a moment, his hunger was forgotten as he allowed the Kyuubi to enhance his sense of hearing. He focused keenly on the shy Hyuga and was able to make out the sound of muffled sobbing. She's crying here all alone at night, and she is still trying to hide it. How do I just go up to her or something? He thought. He concentrated again, forgetting about the 2 steaming bowls of miso ramen from Ichiraku's he held in each hand. Hot broth slopped sideways and rolled down the outside of one of the styrofoam containers, scalded his hand, snapping him back to reality. He let out a low hiss of pain, juggled the bowl until it was on top of the other bowl, and fanned his left hand back and forth until the burning subsided. Red chakra glowed over the wound, healing it instantly. Naruto wasn't controlling it. No, it was the 9-tailed fox acting on its own free will, and it was acting to preserve his vessel's body. Death to Naruto would mean the end for the fox demon. Yeah, that's right. If I die, then you die with me. The genin thought. That's why whenever Naruto stopped as he felt someone watching him. Silence, brat. I don't have to heal your burn, you know. It wouldn't bother me at all if I just left it there. All right. Touchy today, aren't we? I can hear your thoughts, brat. I'm inside your head. Sometimes I wish you weren't. I never said I wanted to be in your head either. The fox demon thought flippantly. Hinata, he whispered breathlessly, realizing that she must have sensed the chakra coming from the fox. He turned back towards her and saw that she had indeed felt the small flare of chakra emanating from the fox. He could see her pale lavender eyes scanning the forest nervously. His body tingled as her vision passed over him. She hadn't activated the Byakugan yet, he could tell. Something about it intrigued Naruto. Hinata's eyes refocused on his hiding spot. Shit, he mumbled. Grabbing the ramen bowls, He walked reluctantly out into the open. "And in Naruto? What are you doing out here?" Hinata asked, stumbling over her words. The silvery moonlight illuminated her face, making her skin look even paler in its glow. At the same time, Naruto's thin whisker marks grew small shadows beneath them. He rubbed them self-consciously, feeling the shallow indentations on his cheeks. "Yeah, it's me. Sorry if I scared you, Hinata. I thought you might be hungry. Here," he said and held out a bowl of ramen to her. "Thanks," she managed in a voice above a whisper. Her cheeks flushed red as she accepted the steaming bowl. "It's miso," Naruto said, and he walked a little ways before plopping down in the soft grass. He gazed up at the ebony black sky, immersing himself in his thoughts. He barely noticed Hinata sitting down, not too near him, but not exactly far away either. "It's like she's afraid of me. Could she be? No. Hinata has always treated me fairly, unlike the villagers." Naruto forced himself back to the present and shifted his gaze until he was watching the quiet Hyuga from the corner of his eye. He blushed slightly when he realized that he had been staring. "She is really pretty," Naruto thought, turning red again, but he silently thanked the night sky for masking the details of his face. Her pale lavender eyes matched her light skin and contrasted sharply with her dark purple hair. She had a slender build, he could tell, even though the baggy tan jacket covered much of her body. It was as Naruto was noting her features that he saw a barely visible white aura rising from her cheek. He wanted to ask, but thought better of it as he remembered Kiba's words. "She admires you, Naruto. She looks up to you for strength. But your sensei and my sensei talked, and they believe that if you talk to Hinata, even if it's just for a little bit, that it might help her. Don't ask her about it. Kiba said she was having some problems with her father. It isn't any of my business," he thought, although he couldn't explain the sudden surge of rage as he considered the possibility that her father might have actually gone far enough to hurt his own daughter. "Hinata is kind to everyone. She doesn't deserve to be intentionally hurt by anyone." He was startled by his protective revelation. "Hey, Hinata," Naruto started, then stopped, unsure of how to begin their conversation. This was the first time he'd ever spent talking to the Hyuga alone. She must have heard him, but she said nothing. Naruto saw the imperceptible tilt of her head in his direction. The soft glow of the moonlight illuminated her face, giving her a heavenly appearance. When she spoke, her voice was so low that he had to strain to hear it. "I'm sorry. You didn't need TTO come all the..." She swallowed once. "Way out here," she finished. Hinata poked her index fingers together nervously and glanced at Naruto. From her mind, she could easily remember how Naruto looked in the sun. His skin was deeply tanned from spending many days out training or doing D-rank missions, and his bright blonde hair seemed like a halo out in the sun. His ever-present smile, though at times she felt that there was more than just happiness behind it. But the one thing that Hinata admired Naruto for the most was his strength and courage. She knew that his childhood had been long gone before he even turned 7, when he joined the academy. She could still remember the dejected look on his face as he sat, alone, on a tire swing underneath the shade of a huge tree near the school. She heard the whispers, felt the overwhelming killing intent aimed at him, saw the goofy smile that never seemed to leave his face, even when he was sad. A cold chill raced down her spine when she took in his eyes. They were blue as they always were, but she sensed something different about them. They seemed colder, more distant, and shockingly hollow. She instantly knew that something was wrong, and her concern for her secret crush overcame her shyness. "Naruto, what happened?" she asked. Her voice was still soft, but it was louder than she usually spoke. He whipped his head around to gaze at her, and she was startled by the intensity of his cerulean eyes. She let out a silent gasp. Before she fully knew what she was doing, some natural instinct kicked in, and she went over and pulled him into a hug. Surprisingly, he offered no resistance. He sat there, pressed against her chest, head resting on her shoulder. Hinata felt him tense for a few seconds, but then he relaxed into the warmth of the embrace. She was surprised when he went totally limp in her arms, and even more surprised when she felt something damp on her shoulders. Is Naruto crying? I've never seen him cry before. She hesitated slightly before putting her hand on his back. She rubbed it up and down slowly, soothingly, the way her own mother used to do before she passed away. His sobbing was silent except for a few words whispered into the sleeves of her jacket. She couldn't make them out. Naruto didn't know why he felt so secure in Hinata's arms, but he was warm, and for once he was able to release the tension that had been tearing him up on the inside. "I'm sorry, Hinata," he said, pulling back, nervous laughter echoing from his lips. Hinata felt the heat rising in her cheeks, realizing what she had just done, but his words confused her. Why would he be sorry? "Naruto," she started, but her voice faded away before she could finish. She started again, determined to support her crush any way she could, even though she was pretty sure he didn't know about her feelings for him. Then again, he always did surprise people by remembering the most important things, like when someone's birthday was, or what flowers someone liked, or what they enjoyed doing in their spare time. She could still remember Shikamaru's last birthday, when he had turned 13. It was only a small party, and not everyone brought gifts. But somehow Naruto had known that the lazy genius was genuinely fond of stargazing. She remembered watching Shikamaru's eyes light up when he saw the telescope and how happy Naruto was to see that he liked it. Happy? Was Naruto ever truly happy? Even after all he's been through? "Naruto, what do you have to be sorry for?" she asked at last. Naruto withdrew further and moved back until there was about 4 feet of space between them. He looked up at the sky, watching the stars that glittered almost obscenely in the velvet blackness. They reminded him of bones. Broken bones that pierced through muscle and skin and dripped with scarlet blood. He shook his head, dismissing the morbid thoughts from his mind. Hinata stood up and brushed the dirt off of her dark blue capri pants. She stretched, removing the cramps that had formed in her legs while she was sitting on the hard ground. "I have a lot of things to be sorry for, Hinata. Even I don't know them all," he said quietly. Hinata heard the bitterness in his voice, but said nothing. Instead, she watched him closely. She could feel her Byakugan pulsing softly, calling to be released. Why is it reacting to Naruto? I don't understand. She pushed the command away, stuffing it into the recesses of her mind. What mattered now was helping the person she cared about. "If you need to talk about something, I will listen. I might not understand, but it's impossible to keep it inside you forever," she said, pausing throughout the sentence despite her attempt to hold her shyness at bay. Somehow, it was always easy to talk around Naruto. He normally had such an open air about him, as though he would listen to anything anyone had to say about anything. Something about him tonight was different, but she couldn't place it. She pulled herself from her thoughts and blinked quickly when she realized that the blonde-haired genin was standing in front of her again. She stood still, trying her hardest not to tremble or step back. The memories of her father's anger resurfaced, dragging her under with its weight. "You mean nothing to me, Hinata. Nothing." "It's not true," she whispered. She tried to suppress the hot tears that burned her eyelids, but it was to no avail. She sank to her knees and curled up as tight as she could on the ground. The sound of her crying floated up to Naruto's ears. Naruto shifted uneasily. "What am I supposed to do? Should I just... could I? This is so stupid." He shook his head briefly and squatted down to Hinata's level. "Hinata, what's wrong?" She sobbed fiercely. Naruto remained silent. He had never seen Hinata cry before. He had never broken down in front of anyone before until now. There hadn't really been anyone to cry in front of, and Itachi hadn't tolerated it. She had always seemed friendly and pleasant and extraordinarily accepting, especially of Naruto. She treated him no different from any of her other friends, and he especially liked her for that. He watched her small, grief-racked frame shake with each sob as she tried to contain it. The white aura rising from the spot on her cheek caught his eye again. It was just there, barely strong enough to be visible, but Naruto could see the gauzy white film that hovered above her jawline. Without fully thinking, he reached out and lifted her chin up. She stared at him, eyes glassy from tears, trembling slightly. He saw the light blue tinge on her right cheek. He could also see the fear in her pale eyes. Is she remembering something? Why is she so afraid of me? Did her father actually hurt her? Naruto knew all too well that when someone was emotionally or physically hurt by someone they loved, they became afraid of that person, fearing all contact with them. They tended to avoid all physical contact with anyone, as it further reminded them of the injury. Hinata opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. The kunoichi was shaking even worse than before. Her eyes were wide, although Naruto could see that she was trying to overcome her fear for the sake of him. "This won't hurt," he said reassuringly. With his left pointer and middle fingers side by side, he concentrated on drawing up some healing chakra. Although medical treatment was mostly left to kunoichi, as female ninja often had smaller chakra reserves which made it easier to control their chakra, Itachi-sensei had felt it was necessary to teach him a few healing techniques to use on himself. "I've had plenty of chances to improve them in the past," he thought bitterly. The green chakra came easily, forming at the tips of his fingers in a few seconds. Oddly, he felt a jolt of the red chakra stemming from the Kyuubi shoot into the energy, turning it just a bit darker. What in the hell? Why would Kyuubi help me? I don't have to answer that question. You would have asked me anyways, once you learned that your chakra alone would not have worked. Naruto ignored the fox's reply and returned his attention to Hinata. Carefully, he placed his fingers just above where the white aura diffused slowly into the chilly night air. The chakra flickered for a moment and Naruto could feel strong resistance before being absorbed into Hinata's chakra system. The pale blue marking on her cheek faded away, healed by Naruto's chakra. He sat back, puzzled. Then realization dawned on him, and he knew what had happened. "Hinata, tell me what happened," he said, although he already knew. A fresh wave of hot anger aimed at the head of the Hyuga clan sliced through him, but he forced it down so he could confirm his suspicions. The blonde genin put his hand down and backed away again, giving Hinata some space to calm down in. Fear was an emotion he knew the way someone might know a best friend. "My father hates me. I'm not worth anything to him," she started softly, letting her voice trail off at the end. "He hit me and did something with his hand so I couldn't heal. I think he blocked off the chakra points there so that my body would reject my own chakra. So I couldn't heal myself. Someone would have to. Thank you, Naruto. Then your father apparently doesn't know what worth means. You are always kind to everyone, no matter if they've been mean to you in the past. You love helping people, Hinata. You are worth more than your father could ever know." Naruto responded gently. She looked at him, a pink blush rising steadily on her cheeks at the compliment. "Thank you, Naruto. That means so much to me." The lavender-eyed kunoichi spoke softly. "You don't need to thank me for what's obviously true. Your father doesn't know much about you at all, Hinata," he said seriously. Hinata watched him reverently. Something about Naruto seemed so different, especially tonight when they were talking alone. "Maybe," she thought, "maybe I don't know you very well either, Naruto." She was snapped out of her thoughts when a sudden overwhelming wave of blue chakra flooded over her. She shivered at the icy feel of it. Seemed so dark, twisted. It was then she noticed that it was coming from Naruto. The blonde-haired genin was bent double, holding his stomach and squeezing his eyes shut tightly. "Tell her, Naruto." "Ow. What the hell? What are you doing, Kyuubi? That hurts." "Show her the Sharingan. I am asking you to trust me." "And why should I?" Naruto asked as another wave of chakra burst from his body, this time tinted with red. "Because if you don't, I'll keep doing this. I really don't want to hurt you, Naruto. I'm only doing this for your own good." You need a real friend. Someone you can trust. Okay, okay. Just stop. Naruto, what's wrong? Are you okay? She asked, frightened by the intensity of the chakra that poured off of Naruto. A final wave of chakra flared out from his body, turning completely red before it dissipated into the sky. Naruto lay sprawled out on the grass. His breath came in sharp, panting gasps, but he steadied his breathing out quickly. I'm all right, he said finally, still slightly breathless from the ordeal. I'm going to tell you a secret, Hinata. Promise me you won't tell a living soul or a dead one. He added at the end, giving a faint smile. I won't tell anyone, she said, answering his unspoken question. She knew he trusted her and she refused to let him down. Naruto took a few more breaths before he felt ready enough to talk. Even before he spoke, he scanned the area to make sure they were completely alone. Hinata, could you use your Byakugan to make sure I didn't miss anything? Hinata nodded, hiding her slight surprise at his question. Whatever he is about to tell me must be very important. But it doesn't matter. He doesn't want anyone else to overhear his secret. She made some hand signs easily and activated her Byakugan. Her powerful eyes scanned over the area, sensing the chakra of everything moving within the forest. Only animals. No one is here, she said and deactivated her Kekkei Genkai. Reassured, he began to talk. On Saturday, 2 days from now, I'm leaving Konoha. I'm going to train under someone for a long time, at least until the Chunin exams arrive, which won't happen until more than a year from now. That someone, the person who I'm training under, is Itachi Uchiha. He stopped, unsure if he should go into detail about his bloodline trait and how Itachi was framed. Naruto watched Hinata carefully, waiting to gauge her reaction to this information. She blinked, digesting the information. You mean Sasuke's older brother? Didn't he destroy the entire Uchiha clan except for Sasuke? She questioned at last. He was framed, Naruto said simply. He didn't know how to prove if his former and soon-to-be-again sensei was lying. But he knew, somehow he knew, that what Itachi had told him the night before was the truth. Hinata nodded, and then frowned slightly. Why Itachi? The genin tensed slightly, trying to decide if he should reveal any more information. He made up his mind and chose to tell her. I know Hinata will keep my secret. It won't hurt. Besides, I'll be out of here soon, and by then I'll have other things to worry about. I have a bloodline trait and I need to learn how to be able to use it in battles. Her brow was furrowed slightly in confusion, but she nodded, silently asking him to go on. Naruto took a deep breath. I'll show you, he said, his voice a little higher pitched than normal. He was nervous. No, that was an understatement. He was downright terrified of what he was about to do. Never, ever had he revealed his Sharingan to someone other than Itachi. He reached up towards his left eye with one hand, only to see that it was shaking. Get a grip, Naruto, he thought. He glared at his hand as though he thought it would obey him. He inhaled deeply and steadied his hand. Slowly, ever so slowly, he removed his contacts, and slowly, ever so slowly, he gazed at Hinata. She appeared surprised, but only genuinely so, and she didn't appear to be the least bit afraid of him. Hinata stared at Naruto's eyes. They were dark red, somehow entrancing in the moonlight. Two small, kama-like shapes dwelled within each. The Sharingan. Sasuke has the Sharingan. How can Naruto have that bloodline trait as well? How? She asked simply. My mother was from the Uchiha clan. I'm guessing that after my father died, sealing the nine-tailed fox inside me, that its chakra awakened my bloodline trait, which would probably have remained dormant otherwise. Normally, the Uchiha clan reproduces within itself to keep the bloodline pure, but my father didn't care when he found out about my mother's ability. He still loved her, and they still had me, he finished. Hinata detected the hint of sorrow in his voice, but she was also shocked, though she made sure not show it. She hadn't thought that Naruto was aware of the fox demon spirit sealed inside him. Apparently appearances were deceiving, and that meant that Naruto had hidden his true self away under a loud, outgoing, extroverted personality. That also meant that Naruto had managed to fool all of the village hidden in the leaves for his entire life. We can talk to each other, QB and I. It is different from the way normal people converse with each other, but we are aware of each other. You aren't afraid of me, are you? Naruto bit his tongue nervously. She mentally replayed his words in her head, stopping at the part where he mentioned he was leaving. If he leaves, I won't get to see him for a long time, maybe even never. Maybe I could. Naruto remained quiet, noting that Hinata looked like she was deep in thought. He also was, but for an entirely different reason. When I took off my contacts, I felt my chakra balance out. It's completely stable now. Well, as stable as it can get when I've got a fox demon sealed inside me. Naruto. The genin turned towards the lavender-eyed girl who called him. Yes. I could never hate you, Naruto. Never. Having the fox spirit sealed inside you doesn't change the person you are now. And, She paused, trying to find the right words. What I mean is, do you think that I go with you, Naruto, and train to become stronger? Oh, that was a stupid question. Never mind that, Naruto. I'm sorry. The last of her words poured out in a rapid stream so fast that Naruto almost couldn't understand them. But he heard her question, and he heard the painful desperation in her voice. If she stays here, then her father might hurt her again. If she comes with me, then she can train under Itachi-sensei, and she can prove herself. What should I? It isn't a stupid question, Hinata-chan. You can come with me? But are you sure you want to go? Hinata blushed at the suffix added to the end of her name. I want to do it, she confirmed, smiling for the first time that night. Chapter 9, A Run-Down Memory Lane. Kakashi walked down the street, hands in his pockets, jonin vest flapping open in the chilly night breeze. He stepped lightly. Only the faintest tap issued from where his blue ninja sandals met the cobblestone road. He sighed, his breath coming out in small misty plumes, and jammed his hands deeper into his black pants. Why the hell is it so cold already? It's only just nearing the end of June. Come to think of it, the nights have been unusually cold considering that it's near the summer season. A hot shower sounds great. And maybe some hot cocoa too. The silver-haired Jonin increased his speed at the thought of the warm drink, moving almost faster than the eye could see. He wasn't called the Copy Ninja for nothing. Despite the cold wind that stung his skin as he ran, he continued onwards until he reached the front door of his living quarters. He pushed the door open and quickly shut it against the frigid night air. Shrugging off his vest, he threw the sturdy tan object on the worn leather couch the color of coffee with milk. The place had an air of bleak starkness around it, though it was obvious that Kakashi had attempted to make the place appear a little more homely. Midnight blue curtains adorned the window behind his couch, which remained closed, no matter what time of day. A single picture frame hung on the wall in front of him. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stared back at him from the photograph. It was hard not to see the grin on Naruto's face. It seemed to light up the whole picture. Nor was it hard to see Sakura's confident smile and Sasuke's usual bored expression. To the right of the picture, a door led to his bedroom, which was hardly ever used. Most nights he was so tired he just ended up sleeping on the couch. Training every other day with Team 7 was proving to be more taxing than he originally thought. Still, the irresistible challenge proved to be too much for Kakashi, and he enjoyed seeing a little bit of his former teammates from his ANBU days in each of his pupils. Naruto was so much like Obito Uchiha. Driven, focused, bright, and outgoing, Naruto strived for everything he wanted, and never felt uneasy speaking his mind. He could see all of Rin in Sakura Haruno, caring, stubborn at times, and her compassion for animals and life were just a few things he remembered about her. Sasuke, well, he was most similar to Kakashi himself at his age. A prodigy, the victim of a tragedy, and wrapped up in layers of self-isolation, though Sasuke preferred to think of himself as a loner by nature. The living room opened up to the left of him with only a stained circular coffee table and pale cream-colored carpeting that matched the shades and leather couch. There was a small, ancient-looking television set that showed only black and white pictures and had no sound at all. Kakashi repressed a shiver instinctively and walked to the closet in his room. After slipping on a thick navy blue cotton sweatshirt that loosely hugged his body, he flicked on the lights in his kitchen, bathing the room in a soft yellow glow. He set a pot of milk on the stove to warm and glanced at the tiny clock above the stove burners. The red digital numbers read 10:15. Earlier than I thought. Maybe Naruto is still awake. He doesn't seem like the type to turn in early. I could call and see if he wants to come over for some hot cocoa. Perhaps I can learn what was bothering him yesterday. I've never seen him so moody before, even when Sasuke sets him off. Kakashi turned the burner down a bit to prevent the milk from heating too quickly and grabbed the cordless phone from its charger on the smooth blue-tiled countertop. He pressed the talk button and dialed Naruto's telephone number. He cradled the phone against his ear with his shoulder while bending down to retrieve some chocolate powder from a small cabinet to the left of the stove. "We are sorry. The number you are currently trying to reach has been disconnected or is no longer in service. If you'd like to make a call, please hang up and try again." An automated voice issued from the speaker. He shrugged and returned the phone to its charger. Why does it always say that whenever I try to call him? I wonder if... No, couldn't be. No way. He would tell me if something like that was going on. The Jonin brushed it off as mere coincidence and turned his attention back to the milk. He shut the burner off and poured the frothy liquid into a plain white coffee cup. He then dumped 2 heaping tablespoons of cocoa powder into the cup and stirred carefully. The fragrant scent of warm chocolate washed over him as he held the steaming mug to his lips and took a sip. Kakashi carefully placed the mug on his stained coffee table, flicked on the silent television, and pulled out the newest book of Ika Paradise from his back pocket. He paged through the pink-covered novel, found his page, and read away into the night. "It's getting kind of late, Hinata-chan. You don't want to go home, do you?" Naruto asked as he stood up and stretched in the pale moonlight. The lavender-eyed girl shook her head back and forth slowly, a faint blush dusting her cheeks at the concern she heard in his voice. I don't have a choice. If I go, then my father would surely suspect something. I'm scared, Naruto," she admitted softly, mere decibels above a whisper. She hung her head, ashamed of confessing her fear in front of the one person she wanted to be strong for. "Naruto really needs my help right now, and I'm the only one who can help him. I have to be brave, but I can't." Hinata felt a warm hand slip into her own and squeeze tightly before letting go. "It'll be okay, Hinata-chan. It'll be okay. Go home and try to catch some sleep. You'll need it. Meet me near the edge of the Konoha forest early Saturday morning before the sun rises, and don't be seen by anyone if you can help it. We'll need to leave before anyone is awake. Thanks for everything," Naruto said seriously. He reached out and gave her hand another squeeze, softer this time, and more comforting, before speeding off into the night. Hinata hugged her hand to her chest, feeling her heartbeat pulsing rapidly. With thoughts of her crush's kindness in her mind, she began to walk slowly towards her own home. Naruto waited until he was safely near his own destination, home, before permitting himself to blush. He couldn't believe what he had just done, showing Hinata his Sharingan and holding her hand. Hinata's hand. It didn't matter that his body acted on its own accord. What mattered was what he had said, telling her it was all right to come with him without considering Itachi's reactions. The blonde-haired genin pushed the more somber thoughts of the consequences he was going to possibly suffer to the back of his mind and instead focused on the tight, slightly giddy feeling in his chest. His skin still tingled from where it made contact with Hinata. The comforting warmth that he drew from her hug lingered slightly throughout his body. Naruto smiled, a true, genuine smile, and although small, he felt happier than he had in a long time. Not since Irika-sensei had tied his own Konoha forehead protector around his head when he was 13, telling him that he passed and was now officially a genin. Still light-headed with happiness, he made a running leap from his place and landed on the balcony outside his apartment window. From there, he jumped to his door, opened it, and promptly reached to flick on the lights. There was a sharp click, then nothing. He tried again with the same results. Damn power, he swore out loud. The electricity company shut it off already? I thought the notice said I had until Sunday. It figures they would do something like that. The event had effectively ruined his good mood. After his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he ran a comb through his messy blonde hair, brushed his teeth, and grabbed a pair of clean black boxer shorts, all of which were a little more difficult than he was used to because there was no light. He slipped them on after taking off his black pants and started to unzip his jacket when he stopped, a subtle scent catching his attention. He held the black cloth close to his nose and inhaled slightly. Cinnamon and roses. It smelled like Hinata. He breathed in again, this time shutting his eyes so he could see her face. His solid black shirt underneath carried the exact same scent. Naruto changed his mind about the jacket and shirt and left them on. Yawning tiredly, he threw himself on his bed without bothering to burrow under the covers. He fell asleep quickly, ridiculously dressed in boxer shorts and a jacket. Itachi Uchiha moved silently through the dark forest, taking care to cover his tracks with many genjutsu and dispel all traces of his chakra from the area. He was all too aware of the risks incited being near the outer regions of the village hidden in the leaves. There was no doubt in his mind that Konoha Anbu would come after him if they knew of his current whereabouts. And if they did come, he would kill them. It was a necessary evil. He had to survive for several reasons. To avenge his clan, to train the child he abandoned years ago, when the kid was only 7, and maybe, just maybe, to reconcile with his younger brother Sasuke. It didn't matter to Itachi if Sasuke still hated him. He wanted Sasuke to know the truth, that he had not been responsible for the slaughtering of his entire clan. Betrayal was an unthinkable action in the Uchiha clan. Trust was the foundation that held their clan together while others dealt with wars and violence. He had been framed by an S-class missing nin known as Orochimaru. Bastard! Itachi thought bitterly before flying through hand seals and unleashing a genjutsu to make his chakra blend in with the 4 elements. He remembered the night of his clan's destruction as though it had been imprinted firmly in his mind. More correctly, though, it was Flashback 3 RD Person POV. Oni-chan, why do you keep looking away into the forest? You promised you would help me train today since it's my birthday. Sasuke whined and tugged his brother's pant leg. Itachi looked down at his little brother and smiled. I know. I've already shown you some tips for aiming and throwing shuriken and 2 new jutsu. You can't do them just yet, but you'll know how when you're older. Now quit whining, silly. You're acting like a child, he said teasingly. I am not a child. I'm 6 years old today. Sasuke pouted and crossed his arms, looking quite the opposite of his denial. He glared from beneath his dark bangs, which hung in his face since they were too long and he refused to have them cut. He idolized Itachi and wanted to look exactly like his older brother when he grew up. 6 years old, huh? I thought you were 5. Itachi ruffled his hair affectionately. Tachi, the younger boy groaned, using the nickname Itachi pretended to dislike. He didn't know that, of course. The older boy only humored it to make his little brother happy. But Sasuke's words fell only on deaf ears. Itachi wasn't looking at him, but was instead gazing off into the forest, Sharingan activated, scanning for signs of movement. He caught a flicker in his peripheral vision and he turned to investigate. From deep within the foliage, 2 glowing crimson eyes met his sight. A cold bead of sweat slid down his back like an icy finger, numbing the flesh it touched as it fell. Itachi was suddenly aware of his heart beating faster and faster, drowning out any other noise he might have heard. The deafening roar of blood pounded in his ears. He very nearly flinched when Sasuke grabbed his arm. "Don't do that, Sasuke," he said, rattled, and pulled his arm away sharply. His brother's dark eyes turned glossy with tears at the harsh voice, and he turned and ran. Itachi's hand shot outward quickly, as if he could pull the little boy back, but he dropped it and watched the dying sunlight drape over Sasuke's retreating form. Regret swept through him, bringing anger with it. It's his birthday, damn it, and you had to go and make him cry. What's wrong with you, Itachi? A little voice chided in his head. Itachi ignored it, remembering the eerie scarlet orbs that attracted his attention. With one final glance to make sure no one was watching, he teleported himself into the black forest that surrounded the clan village. "Show yourself. What do you want?" Itachi demanded, his voice taking on a new tone of iciness. An amused chuckle emerged from somewhere to his left. He looked, activating the bloodline trait his clan was well recognized, and well feared for as well. Sharingan wheels spinning, he searched the area where the noise came from. "A prodigy, HM? Interesting. You look only 13 at best, yet you are already highly skilled. I can tell by your stance and the way you carry yourself. You already possess the fully developed Sharingan. Very impressive. But I wonder, how would you measure up to me?" Itachi watched as a gaunt, sinister-looking man seemed to form out of the shady pools cast by the giant coniferous trees. His cheeks were hollow, his skin sickly pale, and the clothes he wore looked strange to the teenager. A tan piece of cloth, similar to a shirt, wrapped around his torso and arms, and hung down loosely near his knees. Two slits traveled up each side, ending mid-thigh and allowing for a greater range of movement as well as weapon concealment. A royal purple obi secured the clothing in place. Folded black pants stopped a few inches below the knee and were then encompassed by bandages. Strange sandals that looked like they were made of woven straw adorned his feet. What scared the Uchiha, though he would never admit it, were the eyes. The man's irises were a vivid amber yellow and his pupils were pure black snake slits. They gave him a feral, insane look that matched perfectly with the dark chuckle that escaped his pallid lips. Itachi readied himself in a defensive fighting stance, legs spread apart slightly and at an angle, left arm brought up to block any blows while the right remained bent firmly into a low fist at his side. The defensive position was all he had time for, because the instant he looked up, the man was gone. The tomos in his Sharingan eyes spun quickly, enhancing his vision and clarity. Even so, he only just managed to dodge the first punch. He gave his body a dexterous twist and landed on his feet in a crouch, sliding backwards a few feet away from the village. He saw that the man's fist did not make any contact with the ground. Instead, it hovered inches above it, fingertips outstretched loosely. A laugh that was all but pleasant issued from his mouth. "It's like he has complete control over his entire body. How can he do it? Even I wouldn't have been able to stop my blow with such momentum." Itachi growled, gritted his teeth, and started to form more hand seals when the man darted right in front of his face. "Catch me if you can," he whispered, his long tongue coming out to lick his lips. He teleported himself to a low-hanging tree branch 5 yards away from the Uchiha. Repressing a shiver instinctively, Itachi remembered the village behind him. He knew that if their battle created too much noise, others would come to investigate, which would mean putting others' lives in danger. He refused to let Sasuke be harmed in any way. He ran, his footsteps cushioned by the soft forest grass, watching the man's face and duly aware of the length between himself and the village. "I have to get farther away before sundown. Then I can deal with this creep," he thought, determined to let no harm come to his village, especially where his family was concerned. The man showed no expression save for a small, amused smirk on his face, and a malicious glint in his eyes that Itachi could not read. It continued on like this for half an hour. He would stand calmly on a tree branch until Itachi nearly reached him, and then he would teleport himself to another location not far from his former one. Occasionally he would launch a blow or two, nothing serious, only just striking above or below major vital spots. A bored look crossed his face, but underneath he grinned. He could see the smoldering look in the other's eyes. He knew at last that he was getting under Itachi's skin. Good, he thought. Let's rile him up some more. Is that all you've got? Pathetic. I bet even your little brother could have at least landed a hit or two. He has talent, you know. He might even be stronger than you. Quit toying with me, and leave Sasuke out of this. Itachi growled, jumping back to avoid a sharp sunbon needle sent from the other. It missed him and stabbed into the tree behind him with a dull thunk. He landed on the ground, panting, sweat sticking his long black hair to the sides of his face. The older man was faster than he had anticipated, much faster, and even with the Sharingan it was difficult to keep up. He didn't like the situation at all. Something about the man seemed more frightening and mysterious than he could place. Sisasuk, so that's his name. The man mused, hissing out the words like a snake might hiss out its warning. A deep chuckle rumbled forth from his pale lips. Shut up, Itachi yelled. His patience had reached its limit. He charged forth, but instead of letting blind rage take over, he used it to move his body faster, smoother and deadlier. He faked left, then right, disappearing and reappearing in different spots around the man. In the midst of his running, he murmured shadow clone jutsu silently. For shadow clones appeared, seeming as though they came from nowhere. They ran, not breaking the weaving pattern that their creator made around the man. Interesting. You don't need hand signs for jutsu. No matter. It is time to end this foolish nonsense, the dark-haired missing Nin said. He bent over backwards, using chakra to stick to the tree, effortlessly dodging a barrage of exploding kunai. Flashes of fire and smoke issued behind him, but they were swept away by the night wind. With 4 sunbon needles precisely aimed at the heart area, he dispatched the shadow clones without a second glance. Only Itachi remained, coming to a halt on a tree behind the older man. What? How was he able to do that? No one has ever been able to destroy my clones so quickly. They can take damage and give it as well. How is he doing this? How did he know which one was me? Itachi thought. He was frustrated, to say the least. He had plenty of chakra left, but little stamina. Perspiration streamed down his face, an hour's result of near non-stop movement. A small cut on his cheek burned sharply when a bead of sweat rolled over it. Itachi let his concentration slip for a second, but it was all that the older man needed. A malicious grin planted itself on his face. He gathered his chakra and hidden Shadow Snake's hand. A blow struck him so hard in the face, he didn't even know he had been hit until after he landed, back first, against a tree. He crumpled to the base of the trunk, feeling paralyzing pain run from his cheek down in shooting jabs. What in the hell? Itachi asked. He tried to sit up and failed. It felt like someone had poured acid into his blood and it was burning the insides of his veins. A fire raced through his body, bringing it further and further into his system. He started to lose sensation in his muscles. They were going numb. Poison. Don't worry. If you're lucky, the venom won't be lethal enough to kill you for another hour or so you have plenty of time to think about just how much you've screwed up. Now I've got business to attend to, Itachi Uchiha, and I'm sure you'll want some private time before it gets so painful that you'll start screaming every time you breathe. By the way, my name is Orochimaru. You might want to remember it if you survive, that is, I am your worst nightmare. Yellow snake eyes met dull scarlet orbs, clouded by fever and pain. The last thing Itachi remembered before falling unconscious was watching a henge, one, of himself disappear through the trees, evil laughter drifting upwards toward him. Sasuke. After Itachi had woken up alone in the forest in the middle of the night, the first thing he became aware of was the sound of screaming. He staggered to his feet, toxins still pumping through his veins, though the intensity had diminished from burning acid to cold numbness, and made his way towards the village, retracing the path he had taken. The scars from his previous battle with Orochimaru littered the forest. Grass bent permanently from pressure, some places with no grass at all, senbon or shuriken embedded in thick tree trunks, and small droplets of blood belonging to Itachi when he had been injured and not noticed. The poison still clouded his vision, occasionally causing him to stumble into something. He tripped once, feeling his burning cheek rest against the cool forest grass. He winced as he touched the injury with one area, tracing a pale finger around the two puncture wounds. The skin around them was red and inflamed, he was sure of it. The swelling hadn't gone down at all since his return to the conscious world. Ignoring the pain to his best capabilities, he continued onwards. By the time he reached his village, the screaming had stopped. Only thick, heavy silence remained, so oppressive it nearly cut off all of his senses. Overhead, a thin crescent moon burned brightly in the middle of the night-darkened sky. Something dragged at Itachi's attention. It was too quiet. No sounds came from the Uchiha clan village. It was as if the entire place had been abandoned. He felt something he had never felt so strongly before in his entire life. Fear. Terror settled in his stomach like an enormous block of ice. Steeling his nerves, he entered the head of his home. Nothing could have prepared him for the sight. The stench of blood and death overwhelmed him. He wanted to gag. Bodies were strewn haphazardly across the ground, dark pools surrounding each of them. Some of the corpses had missing limbs, most of which were found a few yards away. Homes had been ravaged, torn apart by explosives, kunai, senbon, and shuriken. The metal weapons gleamed dully, giving off eerie mercurial glows in the translucent moonlight. He couldn't handle it anymore. Bending over, he retched violently onto the ground, his stomach emptying itself of all contents. The sound of vomit splashing wetly beneath him only made it worse. Finally, he gave 2 more dry heaves, and stood up, wiping his mouth with one of his long black shirt sleeves. He winced at the rancid taste in his mouth, spitting once, but it didn't help. Somehow he managed to go on, footsteps slow and unsure. He checked the vital signs of all the bodies, even though he knew it wasn't necessary. It was obvious to him that it had been a surprise attack. There was no evidence of an intense battle. His shinobi skills, combined with his intelligence, were all he needed to tell that it had been nothing more than a swift, brutal massacre. Itachi? Itachi turned, hearing a weak voice call his name. His sharp eyes scanned the area, all senses open for any sound or movement. Itachi? Come. Here. Mom! He cried out, startling himself in the process. He saw her on the ground, lying so still it didn't seem like she was alive. He ran towards her, was there in 3 steps. Her long black hair spilled out behind her on the dirt, her face ashen, her lips pale blue. To Itachi she looked like death's reincarnate. Her eyes were closed as he knelt down beside her, but she opened them again when he touched her hand. Mother? He whimpered, sounding more vulnerable than he'd ever sounded before. Soft black eyes stared back at him, full of desperation and despair. Itachi was shocked to see the vibrant life in his mother's eyes replaced by only a sad confusion. Why, Tachi. Her voice was low and weak. Itachi had to strain to hear it. Why what, mother? I didn't do anything. I didn't do this. His words were shaky, barely on the edge of hysteria. One looked like you, came here, killed. She paused, panting from the effort, and then continued. I know. You'd never take care of Sasuke. Only one left. His mother's eyes closed, fluttered open, and watched her oldest son try in vain not to cry. It was then that he saw the kunai embedded deeply into her chest. Her outfit was stained darkly with blood. A strangled sob escaped from his mouth, bringing a flood of tears with him. Abruptly, he stopped. Something inside him had snapped. Anger poured off him in silent waves, radiating powerful killer intent. When he finished wiping his eyes, his pale face was blank, devoid of any emotions at all. His entire clan had been destroyed, and it came to him suddenly that he knew it could have only been one person. Orochimaru. I understand, mother. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. His words were so firm, laced with vicious, bitter contempt. Man. She tried to speak, but her lips couldn't form the words she needed to say. She knew her body was shutting down, and that soon she would be among the dead. She attempted to convey the words once more, but failed. Her fingers made a weak movement upwards, gesturing him to lean closer. He obeyed, leaning over until some of his hair brushed against his mother's face. I love you, Itachi. Tell Sasuke. Itachi's mother closed her eyes, her final breath spent. She opened her black eyes again, permanently. They were dull and lifeless. His mother was dead. I promise, mother. I promise, he said. He reached out a hand, shocked to see that it wasn't shaking, and gently caressed his mother's face. It was still warm, but cooling rapidly in the night. The young Chunin stood up resolutely and left his mother's broken body behind. The chilly night air met his skin, and he relished in the cool feeling it gave him. He realized that several other places seemed colder than others and looked down. His outfit was drenched in blood in several places, but knees were the worst. He hadn't noticed at the time that while hearing his mother's dying words, he had been sitting in a pool of her own blood. The smell of decay was starting to get worse. Some of the corpses were bloated, others turning shades of grayish-green. Seeing them all again made him want to be sick, but he repressed the urge. By sunrise, the putrid odor would be unbearable, overwhelming, like a toxic gas. He knew what he had to do. With a slightly sick feeling in his gut, as though the ice cube of fear hadn't fully dissolved, he walked to the back of his village and moved forwards. He continued the inspection of the mangled bodies of his former clan. No emotions rushed at him head-on when he found the dead body of his father. Instead, he moved on, a cold, calculating glare in his eyes. As he had suspected, there was no life to be found. Only his mother's spirit had been able to hold on long enough for him to return home, and then she had slipped away. There was no sign of his little brother. He hadn't seen or felt anything that could link him to the child. When he reached the head of his village, he turned around once more towards the devastation. He didn't need any hand seals for what he was about to do. That instant, right after his mother passed from the world of the living to the world of the dead, he had understood his mother's words, the truth about the Mangekyo Sharingan. He directed his chakra to his eyes. A strange new power surged through his body in an exhilarating rush. He could feel his pupils dilate, tomos spinning faster and faster, morphing into the Mangekyo Sharingan. There was pain, but he barely felt it through the change. Though he'd previously activated his Sharingan, his vision seemed to warp into yet more clarity. As gruesome as the details of his wrecked home were, he could see the blood that painted the walls, and the ninja tools gleamed wickedly in the moonlight. Sensing the change was complete, he knew what he had to do. This jutsu will burn through anything. It will destroy all evidence of this village. It will prevent anyone from escaping with the secrets held in this village. Amaterasu. He aimed his newly formed Mangekyo Sharingan towards his former home. Fire snapped to life in the heart of the village from the voice activation of the ninjutsu. The bright crimson flames caught and spread quickly. The tongues of fire reached up to lick the sky. The sight was one of beauty, but one of immense grief as well. He turned away, suddenly released from the numb grip of disbelief. Itachi? A child's voice echoed from behind him. Sasuke. Itachi knelt down on one knee. He felt the tears in his eyes, but he did not let them fall. He couldn't break down in front of his brother. He held out his arms in an invitation for a hug. You killed them. You killed them all. Why'd you do it? Why'd you do it, Itachi? The accusation sprung forth from Sasuke's mouth, catching the older boy off guard. What? Sasuke? No, you can't possibly think I would have done that, he replied, gesturing to the burning buildings behind him. You told me yourself. You said you wanted the. You aren't my brother, Sasuke declared. His words cut Itachi to the bone. No, Sasuke. No. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, he pleaded. Itachi then remembered that he was covered in his mother's blood. He could only guess what was going on in his little brother's head. It was someone who looked like me. It was Orochimaru, Itachi said at last, grasping the truth firmly and displaying it to the crying child before him. He had to explain it to Sasuke. He had to make the last remaining member of his family understand. Tears fell freely from large black eyes. Sasuke looked at his older brother, his expression one of disbelief. Itachi approached him steadily, his movements slow and steady. Get away from me, the younger boy said. He backed away several steps and fell, but he dug his feet into the ground and tried to back up more. His cheeks were red from crying and his face and clothes were streaked with dirt. Itachi could see a small, dark stain on Sasuke's left shoulder. His Sharingan eyes honed in on it. He could just make out the tip of a miniature senbon needle. He figured the rest of it must be buried inside the little boy's shoulder. A cry of pain emerged from the child's mouth, a pitiful scream that made Itachi's ears ring. Then he slumped onto the ground, unconscious. Itachi ran forward and dropped to one knee to check on his little brother. He pressed a palm above the boy's heart and felt it beating rapidly, even though he was unconscious. His breathing was uneven, shallow, and he was concerned. He wondered if the needle had been infused with some type of poison. Miniature weapons were often made that way, created with a special type of metal that could be mixed with liquid toxins before the forging process. The most common was just a paralyzer that affected the unlucky victim for 24 to 48 hours, sending them into a semi-catatonic state. He knew that more possibilities existed, but he didn't want to think about that at the moment. Carefully picking up his brother's featherweight body, he sped off full force to the nearest village he could think of, Konoha. Itachi slipped easily past the Chunin guards posted outside the entrance gate to the village. The village security was getting lax, he decided, but he felt that Sasuke would be able to recover from his ordeal safely. He quickly found the hospital and threw open the door. It hit the wall with a loud thud, causing all noises to cease and all attention to be focused on him. "Hey, young man, what do you think you are?" A male's deep voice said. "I don't have time for this." "He doesn't have time for this," Itachi said, shifting the bundle in his arms and stepping forwards. He placed the little boy in a nurse's arms. "Take care of little Sasuke. He's been through a lot. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you anymore. I will pay you when I can, that much I promise. Please hurry and treat him. I think he might have poison in his system. Now I have to leave." The dark-haired Chunin finished his sentence and promptly passed out cold on the floor. Ignoring the strange situation without speaking, more nurses and medic neens clad in traditional white uniforms rushed into the room and whisked both unconscious children away for treatment. End flashback. Itachi shook his head, clearing the cobwebs of memories from his mind. He realized with a start that it was less than an hour before dawn, and he had passed the night away remembering his painful past. Sasuke had never learned the truth, had blamed him for everything, even his mother's death. He couldn't blame Sasuke. He had only been 6 at the time and he was still a child, with all of a child's mind. He had been fooled by Orochimaru's disguise. It didn't help that the tragedy had occurred on his birthday, a day that should have been celebrated but was instead filled with renewed grief and raw emotion. Anger coursed through his veins, but he reined it in tightly. A few days later, he had woken up in the hospital. His room was empty, with the exception of his clothes, which sat, freshly laundered, on the wooden stand next to his bed. Sasuke had still been unconscious when he left before anyone could come in and see him. It was an entire week later, spent entirely in hiding, when he learned of the nine-tailed fox's defeat at the hands of the Yondaime. Most of what he heard was spoken in whispers, but his senses were almost infallible at his age, when he had been known among his clan as a prodigy. He was able to glean enough information from the local villagers without ever letting anyone know his identity. 2 weeks had passed since that day, but in those 14 days Sasuke had turned into a barely recognizable shadow of his former self. The child allowed few people near him since his return to the conscious world, and a former ANBU member named Kakashi stated that he would oversee the boy's progress. Kakashi took Sasuke under his wing, even allowing the little boy to live in his house. He trained the silent child, who also hadn't spoken since he woke up, and a short while later, enrolled him into the local ninja academy. Itachi knew it was best that he kept himself hidden from his little brother. It hurt worse than anything he'd ever known when he witnessed Sasuke crying out into the night from the shadows beyond his window. Sadness wrenched his heart in two, and more often than not, he felt like his beating heart had been torn from his body and trampled into a pulp until it no longer resembled a human organ. To fill the hole that formed during the loss of his only surviving family member left, Itachi gained a new interest in the container of the Kyuubi, a boy called Uzumaki Naruto. Eventually he realized what he was doing, but he could do no more to stop himself than he could stop his own heart from beating. He learned that laws had been created by the third Hokage, Sarutobi, against any communication of the events that had transpired nearly 6 years back on October 14th. Information concerning the location of the child had been the most difficult to find. The truth eluded him for a while, but he never gave up and was rewarded with the facts. Itachi was almost disappointed in how easy it was to steal into the top of the Hokage Tower and retrieve a squirming 5-year-old with a shock of bright blonde hair. Of course, the information about the container's disappearance eventually leaked out, but the reaction was anything but mournful. In fact, the entire week was celebrated by all who knew of the events that transpired. The demon filth was gone from the village, and it was a celebration deemed worthy by nearly all of Konoha's population. It made Itachi sick, seeing how much pure, if somewhat blind hatred, was directed at an innocent 5-year-old whose worst possible crime was not sharing a crayon box. But even that was impossible because he had no one to share with in the first place. He had grown up with a little brother, so caring for a toddler was nothing strange to him. Later on, he had realized something about the boy. It was something familiar, he'd felt it before, but he couldn't place it. It was when Naruto had come to him at the age of 7 and told him that he realized that the boy held within him the legacy of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. The first signs of sunlight snapped Itachi out of his reminiscing, and he increased his pace tenfold. Dawn was poking its first soft rays over the world, and the black blanket that was night shifted slowly to make way for it. Damn it, I need to stop remembering so much. I have Shizuka to look after now, and I need to prepare her for Naruto. If she's so sensitive to chakra the way she is now, then she'll probably be overwhelmed by the fox demon's chakra when he arrives. The ghostly pink and orange fingers of dawn stretched over the treetops to caress the waterfall that Itachi had come to stand before. Fine sprays of mist puffed up around the large, jagged rocks alongside the base. A few of the mossy rocks closest to him grew a variety of fungi. It was the perfect picture of serenity. No one would suspect a cold-blooded killer of residing in a place like this. Hiding in plain sight, one might say, for beyond the curtain of falling water lay the place he'd come to call home. Itachi's eyes quickly discerned the faintest of trails leading up to the base of the waterfall, and he made his way without slipping on the damp rocks. Placing his hand on a stone wall worn smooth by the flow of water, he released 2 small bursts of chakra. He received one tiny flare in reply. It was the only way Shizuka was able to confirm his identity without becoming afraid. It also doubled as a security measure. Intruders wouldn't know of the system they'd created. And woe to the person who encountered his young charge, for the end results would not be a pretty sight. The dark-haired man created a barrier of chakra around himself and stepped through the curtain of water. It's good to be home, Itachi thought as his eyes quickly adjusted to the dimly lit entrance before him. Chapter 10. Kakashi's Weird Morning. Kakashi woke up before dawn could give way to the bright sunlight of another day in Konoha. He groaned lazily and turned his back against the window, feeling the warm leather cushions of his couch conform to his new position. After a few minutes, he surrendered once more to blissful sleep. The Jonin had only been asleep for 10 minutes when he rolled over again and met the floor with a thud. He opened one eye blearily and glared at the cream-colored carpeting in front of him. The black eye closed again and he dozed off. The next time he rolled over, his head whacking against one leg of the coffee table. He leaped to his feet, whipped a kunai out of his back pocket, and eyed his surroundings. Once he realized his mistake, he sighed and brought a hand to his smarting forehead. He could already feel the small knot forming against the gentle pressure of his palm. Letting out another sigh, this time allowing his body to relax with it, he straightened up and tucked his kunai away in one of the many pockets in his uniform Jonin pants. He flopped back down on the couch and closed his eyes, dozing off once more. He was jolted abruptly from his nap when a sharp object poked him in the butt. Yelping, he jumped up, tripped over one of his black ninja-grade sandals and landed face down on the floor. Note to self: never leave kunai in back pocket while sleeping where it can poke you in the butt. I'm finding it really hard to believe that I'm former ANBU, he thought and sighed mentally. Perhaps I'm getting old, he said to the soft carpet beneath him. He confirmed it. Talking to yourself is one of the first telltale signs of growing senile. Then again, it could also mean I'm insane. Insane people don't read Ika Paradise, do they? Jiraiya's not a raving lunatic and he actually writes the books. Though he probably isn't too far from it, especially when it comes to spying on naked women. I've lost it. Rambling on and on to myself, Kakashi shut his mouth and rolled over so that he was facing the ceiling of his living room. Coffee? Need coffee. The Jonin lifted his head and turned to stare at his tiny red coffee pot sitting on the kitchen countertop. It sputtered into life, the timer beeping once before the wonderfully sweet aroma of coffee began wafting through the house. Kakashi thought he had never smelled anything so heavenly. Unfortunately, he surveyed the few feet of distance between his position on the floor and the coffee pot and let his head thump back against the carpet. No, it's too far away. Damn. I really am getting lazy, but I don't want to get up. The carpet is so warm, and it'll be lonely if I move. Kakashi snorted at his ridiculous excuse and rolled to his side, momentarily forgetting about the coffee table to his left. A stream of foul words issued from his mouth as a hard, glossy cherrywood table leg clonked him on the same spot where he'd hit it earlier. Growling, he stood up and massaged his aching forehead. He looked down at his rumpled clothes and remembered that he hadn't taken the time the night before to exchange his uniform for pajamas. Kakashi glanced over at his clock, which displayed 4:14 a.m. in flashy red numbers, and groaned. I might as well get my ass in gear. Today is Thursday. No, Friday. Kakashi mentally admonished himself for not keeping better track of time, though he was fully aware that chronic tardiness was, for him, a nearly impossible habit to break. Deep inside, he knew the reason why. It was entirely psychological, of course, but he let it go, refusing to dredge up old memories and reopen ancient scars. Although the Sharingan eye from Obito Uchiha was far from something he could ever forget whether he liked it or not. Pushing the turbulent emotions aside, he concentrated on making the pain in his head go away. When he felt something wet on his hands, he wasn't surprised to pull back and see his fingertips slick with a small amount of blood. He let loose a stream of curses as he pulled out a splinter the size of a quarter that had previously been embedded in his forehead. Ow! I knew I should have gotten that stupid thing fixed after Pakin chewed it a while back, he thought. He groaned when he recognized the beginning of a caffeine headache pound its way into existence inside his skull. Band-Aid. Then coffee became his carefully composed mantra. Kakashi found his way to the bathroom quickly in spite of the night-darkened room. He could find everything in his house even if he were blindfolded. The medic kit under his sink proved to be useless. It contained sterile wound wrappings, antidotes for poisons and nerve toxins, panacea, needles, rubbing alcohol, hydrogen peroxide, and other miscellaneous items useful for small injuries, but nothing for a minor wound from a splinter. He replaced the medic kit back at its position and continued looking for a box of Band-Aids. He felt around for the small container until he found it and pulled it out. A neon green chibi frog with enormous eyeballs stared back at him brightly from the box in his hands. What in the seven hells? I think Naruto must have slipped these in here as a joke or something. I don't buy frog-covered band-aids. Still, it doesn't look like it's gonna stop bleeding for a while, and leaving it exposed would just be stupid, so I guess it'll do. I can always put a henge over it. The disgruntled Jonin cleaned out the cut on his forehead and thwopped a frog-covered band-aid on it irritably. He looked up and observed his reflection in the mirror. Although the sun had not yet risen, he could clearly make out his image, courtesy of the moonlight streaming through the window in his unused bedroom. He looked in silence, taking in his appearance quietly. Messy silver hair stuck up in all directions, but a few loose strands fell over his eyes. He reached up and pushed the strands out of his face and looked again. One black eye, one red eye, both staring back at him blankly. He could feel the tomos spin against his will, siphoning off a portion of his chakra. It wasn't enough to make him tired, but if it was active all day, it was definitely enough to drain most of his chakra. This was why he wore his forehead protector all the time except for when he was sleeping, because then his eyes were closed. He concentrated on redirecting the flow of chakra back to his central system, but the tomos only increased their speed. What in the H-? He couldn't finish his sentence because he was sinking into the ground beneath him. Kakashi's vision. A blinding flash of light whited out his vision. He couldn't see anything. Then he was walking through a hallway of darkness. There was nothing on either side of him. A small pinhole of light shone in the distance. Suddenly he was rushing through it, drawn forward by an unknown force. What in the? He started to ask. And then, he saw it. The Hokage rock, where the faces of previous ninja who had once held the title of Hokage were carved into the mountainside. On top of them stood a lone figure. Kakashi was too far away to see any real details, only nondescript images at best. The shock of bright yellow hair stood out against the darkening backdrop, and he knew who the person was instantly. The only genin in the entire Leaf Village with brilliant hair like that was Naruto Uzumaki. Golden tones of orange, pink, and red washed over the scene, but instead of creating warmth, it brought images of blood and death to Kakashi's mind. Ignoring the morbid thoughts that pushed at his mind, he approached the genin. When he was 15 feet away from the base of the mountain, he looked up. He squinted his eyes. The hair was definitely Naruto's, but the outfit was unlike anything he had ever seen Naruto wear. A pair of black, knee-length shorts fit him loosely, held on only by two weapon belts. One held what appeared to be a sword, while the other held nearly a dozen different pouches of various lengths and sizes. He could see the glinting points of kunai, shuriken, and senbon needles protruding from the corners of some of the weapon holsters. A tight, black shirt clung to his frame, revealing slightly defined muscles. The shirt had long sleeves made of fishnet that hugged his arms all the way down to his wrists, where they ended in dark fingerless gloves. A leather cuff with a dull metal plate wrapped around the lower part of his left arm, acting dually as a shield and a wrist guard. Another length of black leather traveled up his right forearm, completely encircling it with many shiny buckles on either side. Kakashi could only guess that a sharp metal blade was hidden beneath it. His left leg was consumed by bandages that snaked up under his shorts. His sandals were similar to the usual blue ones he wore, except after they reached the ankles, they encompassed his entire leg to just below his knees. Kakashi noted that they had no buckles on either of them. They would have been completely plain except for the weapon holster that was strapped to it. A wind began to blow, tossing Naruto's bright blonde hair. When he leaped up into the air, Kakashi's eyes followed his form until he landed on the ground about 3 yards away. He started to doubt that it was actually Naruto. Never before had he seen such a serious expression on the genin's face. He confirmed his identity when he saw the faint, slash-like shadows the fading sunset cast on the boy's cheeks. Naruto watched Kakashi's reactions change from confusion to acknowledgement and then to surprise. He made sure that his own expression was stoic when the older man caught a glimpse of his eyes. His red eyes, complete with 3 tomos each. The Sharingan? But how, Naruto? The Jonin was surprised by the amount of confusion in his voice. Normally, he spoke impassively, no matter how much or how little he knew on a subject. Naruto remained silent, but his voice echoed words into Kakashi's mind. This is my true heritage. My bloodline, the Uchiha bloodline. With that, another man, dark-haired and crimson-eyed, appeared beside Naruto. He moved closer to Naruto, one hand resting on the teenager's shoulders. Itachi, Kakashi gasped, recognizing the older brother of Sasuke. The Uchiha looked at Kakashi, Mangekyo Sharingan activated, and then at the boy beside him with the corners of his lips twitching up in a faint smile. Kakashi blinked and suddenly a thin, pale-skinned child looking to be no older than 7 was standing next to him. The little girl was dressed in a plain light pink shirt with spaghetti straps, dark gray cargo pants, and matching ninja sandals. Her light gray hair looked to be about medium length, but it was hard for Kakashi to tell because it was up in pigtails. The strangest detail about the young girl was her eyes. She was wearing a face mask almost identical to his own, so only the left eye was visible. It was a bubblegum pink, but somehow seemed dark and distant, as if secrets swam silently behind it. "What is?" he started, but before he could finish he was rushing backwards through the tunnel. The trio disappeared from his line of sight and he was left in total darkness. End vision. Kakashi stumbled back into reality and fell forward, disoriented by the strange vision he'd just had. The sink in front of him halted his fall, but his ribs slammed painfully into hard white ceramic. The air whooshed explosively from his lungs. "Shit," he cursed. He let his body drop to the floor, landing in an instinctual sidefall position. What happened to me? Why did I have that thing, and why was it triggered by my Sharingan? He asked himself mentally after he rested there for several minutes. He stood up shakily and wiped the beads of sweat from his face. He took in his tired appearance, the bags under his eyes, the green frog band-aid on his forehead, the way every time he breathed out a sharp spark of pain flared through his ribcage. He picked up his Konoha forehead protector and tied the blue fabric in the back, pulling it down over his left eye. The blood-red iris pulsated beneath the soft cloth, but the intensity faded to a faintly uncomfortable throb, and it was gone entirely in a few seconds. Sighing loudly, he ran a hand through his hair and walked back into the living room. He flopped down on the couch and let himself sag into the soft, comforting leather, which soon heated up from the contact. Warm and comfy, he closed his eyes and fell asleep quickly. When he awoke 2.5 hours later, it was not because his internal alarm had gone off, but because the first rays of morning sunshine penetrated his uncovered eyelid. He blinked bleary in the pale light. The clock said 6:15 a.m. I only slept for 2 more hours. Kakashi thought grumpily. He went to stuff a pillow over his face in hopes of squeezing in another hour or so of sleep, but then he remembered that it was Friday and he had training with Team 7. Kakashi spent the remainder of the morning loitering around in his kitchen, slowly making breakfast, slowly eating said breakfast, slowly sipping a fresh mug of hot coffee, and slowly washing his dishes. Finally, after spending an hour doing 4 simple tasks, he decided to shower and get dressed for the day. Rubbing the last traces of sleep from his eyes, he set about grabbing a fresh pair of his usual dark blue pants, matching shirt, underwear, and sandals. He was met with the unfortunate trouble of having to choose between his tan Jonin vest, which was newer and more impressive, and his green one, which had seen many battles. Green or tan, green or tan, green or tan. He recanted over and over until the words became fastened to each other at the end. Kakashi finally stopped when he realized what he was doing. With a sigh of frustration, he tossed the tan vest onto his unused bed and laid the green one gently on top of his folded clothes. Since when did I get around to thinking about impressing my Genin squad? I've lost it. Steam billowed outwards, escaping from the small opening between the roof and the bar that held the shower curtain. Millions of hot water droplets cascaded down his body, soothing his aching ribs. He noticed a fairly large bruise where he'd hit the sink, snapping back to reality from the strange sort of vision he'd had. "Should heal in a day or two," he said out loud before realizing that he was, once again, talking to himself. "All right then, Kakashi. You are officially losing your mind. Those kids are driving me to insanity." He shampooed his hair and quickly finished the rest of his shower. Wrapping the towel around his waist, he stepped carefully onto the bath mat and grabbed at another towel. He rubbed himself off and dressed, stifling several yawns. It was almost 8 o'clock when he finished. "When was training again?" "I think it was at 8, he said, answering his question between yawns. "They can wait at the bridge for an hour or two. It won't kill them." Kakashi plopped himself on the couch again and promptly fell asleep. A while later he shifted in his sleep, rays of sun creating an uncomfortable heat around him as they shone through the small window on his door. He groaned and a black eye opened, lazily taking in his surroundings. Squinting, he could just make out the small digits on his clock in the kitchen. 9:30. I guess that's as good a time as any to leave. But I'll have to face an angry Sasuke and an angry Naruto. And what's worse, an angry Sakura. He blanched until his face was milk white. No sense in delaying the inevitable. It's time to get up and face the music. "Oh, who am I kidding?" he shivered. "If I make them wait any longer, then maybe they'll just go home and forget about it." Of course he knew that Sasuke blowing off training was about as likely as it raining coffee-flavored ice cream. Not going to happen, ever. And Sakura wouldn't forget about it either. Knowing her, she'd just blow up even more the next time he saw her. With a sigh, he made the hand sign of the ram and disappeared in a poof of smoke, completely forgetting about the bright green band-aid pasted on his forehead. He arrived at the bridge more than an hour and a half late, popping into view on the bridge arc overhead his genin squad. Sasuke was being his usual broody self, while Sakura paced back and forth anxiously. He prepared himself mentally before jumping down to land the wooden planks. The Uchiha just turned and glared at him, silently demanding an explanation. Hands clenched angrily into fists in the depths of his pockets, dark hair in his face, onyx eyes burning darkly, pale face typically stoic with the exception of his lips, which turned down slightly at the corners. Kakashi took note of all of these things and came to one conclusion: that Sasuke was pissed off. Very pissed off. Sakura seemed not to see him. The pink-haired girl went right on pacing back and forth, a worried expression on her face. She kept looking beyond the bridge, switching her brilliant green eyes from the far-off distance to the bright sun, still rising to meet the middle of the sky. Her left hand tugged nervously at the hem of her outfit. "Hey, sorry I'm late," Kakashi said, prepared to launch into an hour-long speech about old ladies and dirty laundry when he realized that the Uchiha was still staring at him. One eyebrow cocked slightly, black eyes full of disbelief. Sasuke's features took on the faint characteristics of surprise, which was really all anyone could have gotten from him. And then he did something even more surprising. He spoke. "You cannot expect us to train," he stated calmly. Kakashi wasn't anticipating this, and it caught him completely off guard. He resisted the impulse to fall on the ground anime style and start twitching. "Wait. What?" the Jonin stated once he'd regained his composure. "You're joking, right? Are you seriously telling me that you haven't noticed by now? And you're Jonin." Here Sasuke paused to make a noise of contempt. "In case you didn't realize it already, which I know from your actions that you obviously have not, I'll inform you. Our team is short one member." Kakashi's mouth dropped open, and this time he did fall to the ground, twitching severely. Sasuke, the loner by nature, the stoic, silent genin who normally talked in single-word questions and answers, had just spoken 4 entire sentences in a row. And not only that, he had also included the words team and member. It was almost too much for the poor Jonin to take in. This seemed to draw Sakura out of her preoccupied habit. She looked up at Kakashi, seeing him for the first time, and then said, "Naruto isn't here yet, and he's later than you are, Kakashi-sensei." Sasuke confirmed this with a nod. The Jonin then realized that Sasuke and Sakura were right. Their bright-haired, bright-eyed, energetic teammate was nowhere to be seen. Normally Naruto would be waiting there at the bridge before any of them. Now Kakashi was worried. This anomalous behavior made no sense at all, and yet he'd been this way 2 days before at their previous training session. Something wasn't right. "Stay here," he said. Before the others could object, he focused his chakra, created a single hand sign, and disappeared into thin air. The two genin were left behind as he teleported directly to Naruto's apartment. Taking note of the cracked windows and graffiti-covered apartment walls, Kakashi rapped the door loudly, filled with concern and anxiety. If anything had happened to Naruto, he would never be able to forgive himself. The emotions flowing through his system made him question when he had started caring so much about the blonde genin. He remembered the conversation he'd shared with Irika Yumino, Naruto's previous instructor at the Ninja Academy, the day after his graduation to a genin at the age of 13. It had been his third attempt to pass the exams. Kakashi still remembered how excited Naruto was to have finally graduated, which was actually very strange compared to his behavior afterwards. Conversation 3rd POV. "Hello, Irika. Thought I'd drop by to see how you were doing," Kakashi said as he sat down carefully on the edge of the hospital bed. "Yeah, I'm fine," Irika replied, trying to sit up and talk with his friend. The painful movement caused him to wince as the stark white bandages around slowly turned red. His wound had completely reopened, leaking blood into the wrappings. "Sure," Kakashi remarked sarcastically. "You take a Fuma Shuriken in the back, and you're just perfect, aren't you?" The silver-haired Jonin gently forced his friend to lay down before scooting a chair up beside the bed. He sat in it and pulled out an older edition of Ika Paradise, flippantly turning the pages. Irika's patience had reached its limit. Almost all of the fellow Jonin knew that Irika's biggest pet peeve were people who read perverted books in front of him, and Kakashi was no exception. Irika waited until his friend looked like he was absorbed in the book before grabbing his IV pole and crashing it down over the Jonin's head. He very nearly got Kakashi too, but he felt the swift movement of air and knew to dodge it. One of the small tripod wheels on the bottom rammed painfully into his toes. Despite the durable protection provided by ninja-grade black sandals, having a small, hard object aimed with the precision and physical strength of a high-level chunin still hurt tremendously. Kakashi let out a howl and danced painfully on one foot while simultaneously assuaging his injured muscle. "What was that for?" he exclaimed indignantly. "It seems you still can multitask," Irika replied with a smile. It left his face as quickly as it had come, and his tone grew more serious. "Kakashi, when was Sasuke released from your care?" Kakashi carefully put his foot back on the floor and sat down in the chair, all joking manner gone in the blink of an eye, replaced by a calm, almost stoic expression. When he spoke again, his voice was flat, but Irika could detect mild curiosity in his words. "I lent Sasuke the money to purchase his own apartment after he turned 10. He moved in to live with me 2 weeks after being released from the hospital and stayed with me for a total of a little more than 3 years. He sounded as though he was rattling off facts, which he was. "I'm your friend, Kakashi, not a drill sergeant. What I wanted to get to talking about was Naruto. When he was 5, he was taken from the Hokage Tower and hardly ever seen again until he turned 8. With no help or guidance from anyone, he bought his own apartment, where he still lives today, alone. The only reason Naruto was even enrolled in the academy was because of an unknown person. That kid grew up with nobody and he's lived by himself since he was 8. He's had it rough. All I ask, Kakashi, is that you look after him for me. I do it myself, but you're his instructor now. You have the most contact with him." The small speech seemed to have exhausted Irika. He blinked heavy eyelids, fighting sleep even as it overcame him. "I will," Kakashi replied with a single nod before leaving his injured friend to rest. End conversation. That day, After his graduation, Naruto had disappeared without a trace that very day, was gone the entire day, and hadn't shown up again until later that evening for the small party his new genin team planned to throw him. His face, though clean, was slightly damp with perspiration, and his clothes looked a little more ragged. Several recent tears in the bright orange fabric of his pants were evident. Though it was obvious that he'd washed up, Kakashi noticed the exhaustion in his blue eyes that could have only come from hard training. Kakashi didn't speak to him about it at all until the celebration was over. If Sasuke or Sakura noticed as well, they said nothing either. After Sakura left for home and Sasuke for his apartment, he'd questioned Naruto on his whereabouts. The blonde-haired genin produced only vague and evasive answers which Kakashi was hard-pressed to believe. He let the subject drop and gave Naruto a single pat on the shoulder before leaving the boy behind. Redirecting himself back to the present came easily when the door swung open, a painfully harsh squeak issuing from the rusty metal hinges. He was greeted by the sight of a messy-haired Naruto squinting up at him, rubbing one eye tiredly with his hand. Kakashi eyed the kid up and down. Well, at least he's dressed. Naruto's house. A few minutes earlier. Naruto jolted awake, panic racing through him. He took one glance at the bright sunlight streaming through his window, bolted to his feet, and hastily searched for some clothes to wear. I'm so late. Kakashi-sensei is going to be so mad. Gotta find clothes. Gotta find clothes. Unfortunately, clothes lack the ability to wash themselves and, judging from the dirty laundry strewn across his room, no miracle had occurred overnight. Growling frustratingly at his tardiness, he ran around his room, searching for something, anything, to wear. Something bright orange caught his eye and he flopped himself down onto the dirty floor. He reached under the bed and pulled out one of his typical outfits. Orange would-be pants that fit him at the waist but were simply too short, orange jumpsuit jacket with sleeves that were redundantly too short. It would have to do. He tugged them on hastily, fastened the straps on his sandals, and pushed back his hair enough to tie on his Konoha forehead protector. Racing to the bathroom, he flung the door open carelessly and yanked a box of blue contact lenses from under the sink. Although he felt more secure with them on, he could feel the imbalance in his chakra assert itself again. With a sigh, he shut the door against his reflection and turned just in time to hear a sharp rap against his door. The unmistakable squeak of his door opening itself grated on Naruto's ears. He ran to it just in time and saw Kakashi standing in the entranceway. With a lazy half-smile, he flipped another page of his infamous novel before closing with a sigh. He placed it in his back pocket before looking over Naruto with his one visible eye. At least he's dressed. You're late, Kakashi said simply, eyeballing him. Naruto stepped back involuntarily as his sensei's single black eye traced over him. He repressed a fear-induced shiver, partly because of the questions he suspected would follow, and partly because the emotionless expression on his face reminded him undeniably of Itachi. No excuses, Naruto? He asked after a while. Naruto turned red with embarrassment and muttered something unintelligibly beneath his breath. I'm afraid I didn't quite catch that. I overslept. The genin mumbled only just loud enough for the jonin to hear. Is that all? Kakashi asked. He stared at the blonde boy before him incredulously. Of course he didn't believe a word Naruto had spoken so far, but he wasn't about to let that on. He wanted to see what the boy would do. Kakashi was especially good when it came to interrogating people and catching them in their lies, although he would readily admit he was nowhere as good as Marino Ibiki. The tough Chunin exam proctor knew a frightening amount of ways to make people tick, including Kakashi. Yeah, Naruto replied, somewhat downcast. But he said nothing further and his sensei was forced to let the subject drop. Kakashi picked up on the way Naruto shifted his weight nervously from one foot to the other and avoided eye contact. He also felt the chakra spiking up irregularly around the boy's body. It gave him an ominous sense of foreboding, and for a moment his strange dream mentally resurfaced, details fresh and clear in his mind. Ignoring it was difficult. Something about the incident screamed for his attention, but he let the images fade from his mind like he'd done after missions in his ANBU days. Let's go then. Your Genin team is waiting on you. Kakashi took hold of his pupil's forearm and made a one-handed sign. They were both teleported back to the bridge where the other two Genin of Team 7 waited. Sakura looked at Naruto with a mixture of anger and relief. She was about to say something, but at Kakashi's stern gaze the words died on her lips. Sasuke, of course, merely glared at Naruto and said, "You're late." Naruto scrunched his eyes up and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Nervous laughter bubbled from his lips. "Heh, sorry about that. I guess I—" He started, but he didn't get to finish because Sasuke interrupted him. "Let's go." Kakashi glanced mildly at the dark-haired Uchiha, who jammed his hands into the pockets of his white shorts and assumed his cool stance. Sakura still seemed mildly distracted by the whole incident and didn't let her attention focus on Sasuke. Training grounds number 28 this time. We're switching with Team 8 today. Follow me. All three Genin sprinted after Kakashi, who took off at a pace so fast it was apparent to them all that he wasn't going to be merciful to them today. Sasuke was the first one to discover how the Jonin maintained his speed as they raced through the forest from tree to tree. He tried vainly to keep up with his sensei, but the faster he pushed himself, the farther Kakashi seemed to pull ahead. He wondered for a few moments if he wasn't running right into a genjutsu, but his instincts disagreed with his initial thought. He felt a strange, tingling sensation in his body, almost as though his chakra system were directing the flow of chakra to his eyes while neglecting the rest of his body. Suddenly, everything blazed clear. Each detail of the world became inexplicably vibrant for a split second, and it felt like time had stopped for Sasuke. Everything seemed to be moving in slow motion. It lasted for only several seconds, but it was enough for Sakura and Naruto, who'd fallen a ways behind, to almost catch up to him. Sasuke shook his head, slightly disoriented from the ordeal, and sped up again. His vision returned to normal, no longer enhanced by the Sharingan which had unknowingly been activated for mere seconds. The landscape returned to its dull, muted look that he found strangely flat compared to what everything had been just a moment ago. He's using chakra to speed up his movement. Try directing your chakra towards your feet and leg muscles, he said when he felt Sakura and Naruto behind him. He truthfully had no idea why he was helping them. It was strange, but he suspected it had something to do with Naruto's recently strange behavior. What in the hell am I doing? I sound like a first-rate chatterbox today. How does Naruto manage talk so much? Pushing the problems out of his mind wasn't too far since he was no stranger to it. He focused his chakra on the soles of his feet and sped up a little bit, but Kakashi was still a long ways ahead, at least 6 or 7 yards away. He found that the trick was to divert his chakra flow evenly between his feet and his lower legs. Rather than speaking again, he chose to let Sakura and Naruto figure it out on their own. Although Sasuke was the first to detect and copy Kakashi's technique, Naruto was the first one to notice that they had been running in circles the entire time. He'd picked it up after noticing the same rock over and over again and finally stopped. "Hey, Sakura," he said between pants. "What is it, Naruto? We still have to catch up with Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei," Sakura replied, turning towards him with a puzzled look in her bright green eyes. She wiped her sweaty forehead with the back of one palm, strands of light pink sticking to the sides of her face. Naruto nodded and then began to speak. "We're running in circles, Sakura. I threw a kunai in a tree a while back and we've gone past it 3 times already. And we've passed this rock before too." He pointed at a large rock. I think this is training grounds number 28, a track for endurance training," Naruto said and left the rest for Sakura to figure out. "I would have felt it if this were a genjutsu. I'm no expert, but I'm pretty sure I would have noticed if this were a trick." "I think you may be right, Naruto." She trailed off thoughtfully. The blonde-haired genin nodded, then a bright smile lit up his whole face. Sakura backed away from him, well aware of the only two things that the devious-looking grin could mean. Either he's figured something out or he's planning a trick. Oh boy, prepare yourself, Sakura. Cha, that's right. Be prepared for anything. Hey, Sakura, I think I get the point of today's training. Well, what about it? Sakura asked impatiently. His matter-of-fact tone was really getting on her nerves. Naruto chuckled and muttered something that sounded like, "He fell for it?" Fell for what? Who? Tell me! She nearly shouted the last part. I think Kakashi has been testing us to see what level we're at. He started with us running to our destination, never letting us know where exactly we were supposed to go. But what about training grounds number 28? That's what Kakashi said. Sakura interrupted the genin. Don't cut me off like that. I thought really hard about this. Naruto whined before continuing on from where he left off. Kakashi-sensei made sure to keep himself just far enough ahead of us that we could see him, but too far away for us to see any jutsu he might have done. I think he kept us running in a circle to test our team skills. But what about Sasuke? I wasn't done yet, Naruto growled, but he was still happy that Sakura was actually listening to him. Sasuke said that Kakashi-sensei was maintaining his speed by redirecting his chakra flow to his feet and legs. That was one half of this training, to learn how using our chakra with different parts of our bodies results in different effects. The other half was paying enough attention to our surroundings to realize that we haven't actually gone anywhere. Oh, Sakura said, catching on. Our real test was to pay attention, and to think we've been running flat out like this for nearly an hour, she said, sitting down to rest in the shade of a coniferous tree. And Sasuke figured out the first part of it, but he fell for the second part. I think Sasuke's been chasing a shadow clone of Kakashi-sensei for a while now, and our real sensei is up in a tree nearby reading that perverted book of his. And you too pass, Kakashi said, hopping down from a tree much like Naruto had predicted moments earlier. Yeah, we pass. Believe it, Naruto said, thrusting one fist in the air. But now you'll have to find Sasuke and tell him about it. You know, teamwork, Kakashi said, emphasizing the word teamwork. That's true. I mean, he did help us with the first part, Sakura said, agreeing with Kakashi's words. Meanwhile, Naruto was still jumping around, but he settled down at his sensei's voice. He looked at Kakashi with an expression devoid of his usual carefree manner. And I would be careful if I were you, Sasuke. Well, let's just say I think he's reached his limit for today, physically as well as verbally. When you find him, your training is complete and you have the rest of the day do to as you like. Remember, teamwork. Kakashi teleported himself away from the area, leaving the two genin behind. Sakura stared at Naruto with a new light in her eyes. It was like she'd seen something she never thought she would see. What is this? It's like Naruto is showing me a different side. I don't think I've ever seen him this way before. It's almost creepy. Hey, Naruto? Naruto turned to face her, completely oblivious to Sakura's new thoughts. Deep blue eyes looked at her questioningly. For a moment their intensity caught her off guard. They seemed so dark and so serious. But when he spoke, it was his normal, light-hearted voice. Yeah. Sakura frowned and shook her head. Nothing. Let's go. Right as they were about to leave, Sasuke flashed by, a blur of blue and white against the foliage. He saw them and stopped. Sweat trickled down his face, dampening his shirt slightly. Messy black hair was slick with perspiration and clung to his face. Annoyed, he pushed it back before giving Naruto his trademark glare. We were just going to look for you, Sasuke, Sakura said before giving the Uchiha a chance to speak. Was all Sasuke said. There were two parts to our training and Naruto figured out the second part. Sakura said, not liking the icy glare she was getting from Sasuke. Then we're done, he said. The dark-haired boy began to walk off, physically exhausted after running in circles for over an hour. Sakura started to go after him, but Naruto called out her name. I don't think that's a good idea. We should just let him be for now and head back to the village, he said. Sakura considered it and agreed. Besides, he did talk a lot today. I mean, he talked a lot for being Sasuke and all. Maybe I can go home and see if Mom still needs some help around the house. This is the first time I've finished training early in a while. Sakura meandered off towards Konoha, still lost in her thoughts. Naruto waited until Sakura left before training his gaze back to where Sasuke had previously been. At least Kakashi-sensei didn't mention anything about my chakra imbalance. I don't think I could have handled that too well, he said to himself. He cast a nervous glance around his surroundings and took a deep breath to steady his nerves. With his eyes shut, he concentrated on sensing chakra from other beings. Nearly a quarter of a mile away, a massive blue dome jumped out from seemingly nowhere. Naruto smiled. That was Konoha. Took a while, but he was only taking safety precautions for what he was about to do. He reached up and removed his contacts, closing his eyes to block out the surroundings. Even without his vision, the energy dome that was the combined chakra of Konoha quickly separated into individual forms. It was still hard to depict everyone's chakra because the village hidden in the leaves could be quite crowded at times. Naruto steeled himself and opened his eyes. Nothing happened. Everything looked exactly the same. Maybe he was right. I have 2 tomos in each eye, but I don't even know how to activate my Sharingan. The only reason I could have 2 is because of the chakra of the 9-tailed fox. The Kyuubi's massive chakra was probably the thing that awakened my Kekkei Genkai in the first place. So that means that my Sharingan surpasses my own skill level by a long shot. He thought, deductive reasoning. Simple enough. You think, brat? I could have told you that if you'd simply asked. Yeah, well, I wasn't asking you, Kyuubi. The fox snorted arrogantly and settled down in Naruto's mind to sleep, but he soon found it impossible. I can't believe I'm actually thinking this, but I am actually eager to see what the kid is going to do. Will he be able to activate it? Naruto thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. That has to be it, he said. He closed his eyes once again and concentrated on sensing the flow of his chakra. It was easy. The normal blue mixed with a hint of red. The 9-tailed fox's chakra. The energy raced through his system. He still had plenty left over from his training, but then again it was always like that. He clenched his hands into fists by his side and tried to focus the chakra near his eyes. Felt as though he had fallen to the floor. A sudden, dizzying, lurching fall forwards that made him snap his eyes open. He gasped. The details of every single leaf seemed to stand out vividly. He could easily see the minute patterns etched into the bark of each tree. The grass blazed green and the blue of the sky seemed to take on a different hue. It was almost overwhelming. It was overwhelming, to say the least. Naruto stood stock still for 10 minutes straight, heart pounding, slowing, drinking in the crystal-clear images around him. Never before had anything looked so beautiful. It scared him, but it also made him look forward to training with his former sensei again. Brought back down to earth by the realistic thoughts, he decided to try something. He pivoted around to where Sasuke's frame had been engulfed by tall trees just a short while ago. He was looking for Sasuke, wanting to see if the Sharingan, along with the ability to sense another's chakra, would be able to detect the location of a person faster without actively searching for them. When Sasuke knew he had made it far enough away from the others, he partially collapsed on the soft forest floor. I used up all my chakra. Idiot. He heaved himself tiredly to his feet, but he only made it a few more feet before he fell again. This time he was too exhausted to push himself back up. The warm earth felt good against his skin. With a sigh, he closed his dark eyes and started to fall asleep. All of a sudden, he became aware something like hot liquid seeping into his back. Haziness sank into his mind, flowing through it like a cool breeze. I don't know what that is. Is this a dream? Why can't I move my body? It was true. His arms and legs had somehow been weighted down like heavy stones. Strangely, he felt calm. Being unable to move didn't send him into waves of panic like he thought it would. He let the gentle heat flow into his body in soothing pulsations and drifted off into sleep. Naruto stood up from where Sasuke's unconscious body was and stretched out the cramps in his back. The uncomfortable kneeling position he had just been in left painful kinks in the backs of his legs. He knitted his fingers together and twisted his arms out, a satisfying crack issuing from his knuckles. "How much chakra did you use, idiot?" he asked the sleeping boy. Of course, Sasuke didn't respond to his question, only turned over and fashioned a crude pillow with his arms. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at the sight. He stifled his laughter quickly, afraid it might cause Sasuke to wake up. He didn't think the Uchiha would be up and about again for a while. "You should really thank Itachi. He's the one who taught me how to transfer my chakra to someone else. If only you knew." Naruto trailed off sadly. He turned and left the sleeping boy behind, slowly making his way back towards Konoha. Chapter 11. Preparations begin. Small torches along the pale stone walls gave off a soothing warmth and light, while holes created with jutsu prevented smoke from filling the cavern. A few strings of dried herbs hung from hooks along the ceiling. Shelves carved into the lower half of one wall held more kindling for the torches. Itachi breathed in the faint tang of smoke and relaxed, allowing his chakra barrier to melt away. "Home, sweet home," he thought. "Shizuka?" he called out into the darkness. Itachi was met with only silence and the muted roar of the waterfall behind him. Did I really expect a response? But then, to not press her at all would further encourage her silence. I suppose it is best to leave things as they are. She'll have enough to contend with soon enough. Just then the silent girl, whose name was the core of her personality, emerged from the shadows before him. Soft-looking silver-gray hair cascaded around her shoulders and tumbled down to her waist even though it was separated into two high pigtails. A gray mask several shades darker than her hair concealed her neck and mouth and then extended upwards to completely cover the right eye. A matching forehead protector with 3 zigzagging lines engraved in the metal plate held the mask securely in place so it did not slip down. Her visible bright pink eye met his crimson gaze unflinchingly. "We'll be having company soon, Shizuka. A former pupil of mine will be coming to stay with us and train, so you'll need to prepare yourself. Have you eaten yet?" The girl shook her head slightly. "Still not talking, eh? I suppose the trauma she endured 2 years ago still haunts her mind. Still, to go so long without speaking. I worry for your state of mind, Shizuka. Naruto is not the same child anymore. And I failed to help Sasuke. Kami, grant me the ability to make all of this right." Shizuka watched her mentor silently. The distance in his eyes told her he was lost in some memory and she yearned to speak, to reach for him. He'd done much in the 2 years she'd traveled with the man she often referred to as a walking enigma. Couldn't she do something in return? She opened her mouth but not a single sound emerged. Shoulders slumped in defeat. Invisible cement bound her lips, preventing a single syllable from being uttered. The words would not come. Speaking meant voicing things she hadn't begun to deal with yet. Speaking meant accepting that her entire family, no, her entire village was gone. Shizuka closed her eyes as memories bloomed unbidden in her mind. Shizuka's memory, Shizuka's POV. Our village is being attacked again. It seems like no matter what defenses we put into place, it never goes beyond a month before these ninja attack us. I'm not certain of what they want. They pillage us for food, buildings are burned. Sometimes people are injured, but more often than not, it seems like they're searching for something. Hataru, what's going on? Are those ninja back again? My mother has already gone out to defend our village, leaving me in the care of my brother. He's 3 years older than me, which makes me 9, and he thinks he knows everything. Sometimes I wonder if he does know something I don't. It shows in his eyes. There's a fear in them that I cannot explain, and it's there every time these ninja attack. Right now he's staring at me, and I can see the worry shining in their deep, gray depths. Shizuka, stay under here and don't you dare come out. Promise me you'll stay hidden. my brother shouts as he shoves me into a closet along the back room of our small house. I know I will have a bruise from his touch, but at the moment it doesn't matter. All that currently mattered, at least to my brother, was my safety. Hataru? I promise, Hataru. But tell me, what's going on? Don't leave me alone. Stay in there. Hataru shouted again, but his voice is muffled by the wooden door between us. I'm so afraid I can't make myself think straight. My hands grope around blindly in the darkness of the small space until I feel a patch of soft carpeting. The woven rug beneath my fingertips conceals a trapdoor. I shove it to one side to reveal a smooth metal ring. I tug and a hole opens up to reveal a rickety wooden staircase. I crawl down on my hands and knees and swing the trapdoor shut behind me. It's cold down in the basement, so cold that I can see my breath coming in misty little puffs from my mouth. Winter has kept our food supply to a minimum, but the ice and snow outside provide plenty of water as well as a method of storing our meat. Inside the basement are several large tubs filled with snow. My mother has always been a skilled hunter. We have enough food to keep our family fed for another month. I keep going down, farther and farther, and it feels like ice is being pressed against my skin. I'm scared. My voice echoes out. It doesn't sound like my voice. It comes out soft and quavery. This makes me even more scared. I have no idea what's going on right now, but I can already guess from the noise outside that the battle has already begun. It's odd though. These strange ninja that attack us very rarely come close enough for combat. They usually just target buildings from a distance as if they're trying to lure us out. The faint sounds of metal clanging against metal and the screams, too many screams, just barely penetrated through the thick walls. But fear amplifies my hearing until I believe I know which screams belong to the people I know. The village hidden in the shadows is a secretive village that few know of. Our location is not widely known. Being a small village does have certain advantages. I've lived here my entire life, and these seemingly random attacks have been happening for over a year now. I don't understand what it is that these ninja want. A few days ago, I overheard my brother talking about them to my mother. My father deserted us when I was small, and his face is just a hazy recollection of features with nothing distinct. All I remember is that my hair is the same color as his, a silver gray. I quickly realized that I was eavesdropping. Whether I actually intended to or not, I'll never know. But I ran away before I could hear anymore. What I learned that night, I will never forget. These ninja who took our money, destroyed our homes, and attacked were a group my brother had referred to as the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki, they must be attacking our village again. Hataru, I call out. Now I'm worried. I'm so afraid that I'm covered in cold sweat and shaking, and my stomach is cramping up in painful knots. Warm tears fall down my skin before I can even realize that I am crying. Suddenly, I get the overwhelming instinct to look behind me. I know that someone is in the room. A chill travels down the nape of my neck, and I nearly cry out as a wave of something that can only be described as raw, hungry power overwhelms me. My body freezes up in fear before I can make any attempt to get away. An icy hand clamps over my mouth just as I start to scream. Let me go! I struggle to shout, but my captor only seems to be amused. Your flesh, so young and tender. I wonder if I should make you mine. A menacing voice hisses into my ear. The man's hot breath tickles my ear. For some reason this makes me feel dirty and slimy. So I shiver, trying to rid myself of the feeling. It doesn't work. There is only an amused chuckle from the person who is holding me down. He drags me back against the far wall of the basement, and then I feel my arms being lifted up to either side halfway. He mutters a word under his breath. There is a small burst of chakra, and then thick cuffs with chains are conjured into the air. He makes sure my arms are pinned down securely before he moves on to my legs. When he's done, he backs away, and I muster one of the best hateful glares that I can. Once again, he is only amused. Then he sees my eyes and frowns. So, this is the best Kage-Cure has to offer of their bloodline? I thought the hidden shadow village would have ensured better protection for you than the pathetic ninja and kunoichi outside at the moment. Quite disappointing, actually, though I must say the color is becoming on a young girl such as yourself. he says in a low tone while brushing a cold finger across my cheek. Shut up. Get your filthy hands away from me, I shout as I yank my head away from him. Again, the amused laughter escapes from his lips. I see his creepy yellow eyes and I feel the blood run cold in my veins. The chill doesn't leave me. Instead, it penetrates deeper and deeper until I fear my beating heart will freeze in my chest. I'm not sure if it's the basement or the strange aura that surrounds him, but my instincts tell me that there is something unnatural about this man. Or else what? I have many uses for you, little girl. How rude of me not to introduce myself. I am known as Orochimaru, he says coolly. His eyes are mocking me. I'm aware of it, but there isn't anything I can do about it. A lead weight settles in my stomach. What is he talking about? Uses? Bloodline trait? I'm confused. Our village doesn't have a Kekkei Genkai, at least none that I've ever been told about. No one in the entire village has ever mentioned anything to me about any special traits at all. Kage doesn't have a special bloodline trait. I speak, and to my surprise my voice is loud and clear, not at all shaking like I am on the inside. A feeling of defiance takes over me as the man in front of me begins to frown, and I let it sweep over me like a wave of euphoria. Then he chuckles lightly and the cold feeling assaults me again intensely. Of course, it figures they wouldn't tell you. Well, little girl dash. I am not a little girl. I'm 9 years old. I'm just short for my age and I have a name, I shout bravely, cutting him off. I think I'm treading on thin ice, but I continue anyways. I can't seem to stop myself even though it's a mental wrestling match in my head. But I'm not going to tell it to you. You don't deserve to know, you disgusting man. You and your group have controlled our village long enough. Let me go, I shout, struggling from my bonds. You insolent little brat. Before I can even react, he has a twin-edged kunai pressed just above my right eye. He pulls it down quickly in one fluid motion and I feel a stinging pain on my face before half of my vision is blocked out by dark liquid. Warm blood gushes down my face. I can tell that the cut is much deeper than a superficial wound, although it's far from fatal. I scream when he traces back over it with the tip of the blade and then slashes the kunai across my face again, creating an X mark with 2 slightly crescent-shaped cuts facing opposite directions. I hate you, I say, but I start gagging because the metallic taste of my own blood fills my mouth. I can't stomach it. I throw up everything that I've eaten tonight. Your skin now bears a mark from me. Be grateful I haven't cursed you. Even I am smart enough to know my own limits. But you are still mine, Orochimaru said in his mocking voice. I could only see out of one eye, but the grin on his face was one of pure evil. His yellow eyes held nothing but cruel, mocking sadism. Stringy black hair fell into his pale face. I shut my right eye against the throbbing pain in my face and hang my head, watching the blood form a puddle beside my feet. His words make no sense to me. He's so much more powerful than me. What limits could he possibly speak of? I'm nothing compared to him. I don't have enough strength or power to defeat him. Tears sting my left eye. A wave of killer intent sweeps over me, but I can tell before I look up that it doesn't belong to Orochimaru. Seriously? Don't you people know it's rude to just appear in someone's house? My voice is almost too quiet for me to hear, but I swear I see the lips on the newest arrival twitch faintly. Orochimaru, get away from the girl now. You and I have a score to settle, you bastard. Standing directly beside Orochimaru is a man with mid-length black hair and the most frightening eyes I'd ever seen. The pupils were tiny blood-red spots surrounded by a warped black circle. 3 slightly curved spikes equally distanced came out of the circle to touch the edge of the iris, which was the same color as the pupil. Small, evenly spaced lines branched straight out, bending in contour with the twisted circle. Well, Itachi, long time no see. I thought you died the same night you destroyed your clan, Orochimaru said, easing the words out casually as though he was talking to an old acquaintance. Liar, you know what you did. You were the one who, Itachi hissed out through gritted teeth. Temper, temper. You always let it get the best of you and that clouds your judgment. After all, you are an Uchiha prodigy, and prodigies, especially ones from your bloodline, should never let their anger control their actions. Shut up. You act as if you know everything. You are not a god, Orochimaru. This will end now. I will destroy you for what you have done to my family. The red-eyed man retorted sharply. The strange markings in his eyes began to spin faster and faster until the world beneath me blurred. For a moment everything in my vision sways. Then the ground lurched beneath my feet and I found myself standing outside in the middle of my village, no longer held to the wall by cuffs, although a part of me felt that it would have better than everything I saw now. I gagged as the fetid stench of death overwhelmed my senses. Bodies lay motionless on the ground, muddied by blood and snow. Numerous weapons littered the ground. I gasped, taking in the sight. This wasn't a fight. This was a massacre. All of the blood, all of the death, there was so much of it. Friends, family. All of the people I'd known my entire life lay stretched before me in a gruesome display. The scene itself was a nightmare. Black, white, and red all mixed together to create a shade of reality so horrifying that for a few moments I lost my breath. I wanted to make a noise, to talk, to scream, to at least do something, but my lips had frozen. I couldn't say anything. Fear bubbled up inside me. Out of thin air my brother appeared. His outfit was dark with blood that oozed from a deep gash in his chest. Frothy red bubbles foamed up from his mouth. "This is your fault." He choked through red-stained lips and teeth. "This is your fault that we are all dead. Our clan died to protect you. If it wasn't for your Kekkai Genkai, then the Akatsuki would have just left us alone. These deaths are your responsibility alone, Shizuka." "No, it isn't true. I don't have a bloodline trait. The hidden shadow village has no Kekkai Genkai. No, no, no. Why does everyone keep saying that? Please, make it stop. Make it stop." My voice, once a whisper, becomes a scream as white-hot fire behind my eyes makes my knees buckle. Pain is stabbing through my skull in a knife-like fashion. I grip my head in my hands, trying to make the strange twist in my gut stop. I can't breathe. It hurts so much. After a few intense moments, everything stops except the dull throb of the cuts on my face. Orochimaru and Itachi are both standing in front of me. Itachi is closer, while Orochimaru stands several feet away looking around with interest. "You have improved, Uchiha. I give you that much credit. To be able to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan and use Tsukiyomi, even within the presence of one of the most secretly coveted Kekkai Genkai in this land. Shizuka, is it? You interest me greatly, little girl. You will come with me." Orochimaru speaks slowly, as if he is actually considering what he says. You leave her be. You have no business with an innocent child," Itachi says while moving to stand in front of me. His voice comes out in halting gasps. It looks like he is in pain. I haven't realized it until now, but chakra is surging through my eyes. My vision warps and twists like a tunnel, blurring my surroundings. Suddenly, the dull throbbing in my face comes back full force. The intensity of it combined with what I've just seen makes me scream. "Damn it!" Itachi shouts as he doubles over, clutching his head between his hands. "I feel I have overstayed my welcome. I will see you all soon enough, Shizuka, Itachi. Until then," Orochimaru says, and I watch as he bites his thumb and runs the blood over a strange mark on his right shoulder. A massive snake bursts out of the ground, sending clumps of dirt soaring high up into the air. Its giant scales gleam like a freshly polished sword as it slithers across to the man, who somehow manages to pet the thing. I shiver. From what I'd learned from our ninja school, I knew that the man had a blood contract with the snake. "Orochimaru. Ah, damn it. What the hell did you do to me?" Itachi drops heavily to his knees, still doubled over, still clutching his head in what appears to be sheer agony. "You have Shizuka to thank for the pain from casting this genjutsu. For now her life is with you. Keep her safe and sound for me, will you?" "Well," the yellow-eyed man chuckles softly. "You are both going to die by my hand regardless of what you do? but I suppose I can have some fun with the girl before I take what I desire. Protect her little dragon eyes for me, Itachi-san. I'll be wanting them later. He jumps onto the snake's head, and then they vanish into a sea of pink mist. The metallic scent of blood washes over me. I squeeze my left eye shut, and when I open it again, I am back on solid ground inside the basement. Itachi is with me, but now he is lying on the ground and he is still. Takes me a few seconds to remember his name, but eventually it comes back to me. Itachi-san? I reach out to touch the hilt of a sword strapped to his waist. A freezing hand catches mine in a tight grip and I let out a strangled scream. It instantly lets go of my hand, which I bring up to my face. Touching the wound causes pain to shoot through the affected area. Don't touch that. Are you all right? The red-eyed man asks me while getting back to his knees. I notice that his eyes have changed. In place of the warped circle and lines, there are 3 small, black circles with comets' tails. They look like little commas. Separating the strange marks are a bunch of minuscule lines in the shape of a circle. He touches my skin and I freeze up. My heart starts pumping 1,000,000 miles an hour. He's not going to hurt me. He wants to help. Just relax. I want to say something, but the words won't come out. I can only stare miserably at him with one eye while he watches me silently. Itachi looks like he's thinking really hard, and I start thinking myself. When he speaks again, it startles me, breaking me out of my reverie. I apologize for the things you saw. What they were was a powerful genjutsu. It wasn't meant for you. He stops and looks at me helplessly. I don't understand why it affected you that way. Nor me. Whatever he's trying to say is obviously very difficult. I shake my head back and forth to tell him that he doesn't have to explain himself before the memories come back to me. If it was a genjutsu, then the things I saw weren't true. But what did happen? And why did it look like he was in so much pain if he was the one who cast the genjutsu? The questions bounce around in my head, but I still can't make myself say anything. My tongue is stuck to the roof of my mouth. The coppery taste hasn't left. I open my mouth, but the words don't come out. I'm sorry. Don't force yourself to do anything. Itachi watches me. I'll take you with me. There isn't anything left here for you, Shizuka. I'm briefly startled when I hear him say my name for the first time. But then I remembered that he must have learned it from Orochimaru. It's the first time I feel myself wishing deliberate harm on another person. I want to ask him what he means by, there isn't anything left here for me. But before I can try to ask, he seems to understand. Your village is beyond repair. Everyone here is gone. He speaks softly. I can't believe what he is saying. Everyone gone. Kagekure destroyed? My brother. My mother, dead. My friends. My neighbors. The hidden shadow village can't be gone. Can it? Could the Akatsuki really have killed everyone? He picks me up and I just let him carry me. I notice how pale his face is and how heavily he's breathing, but I can't say anything. I curl my body into a tight ball against his chest, even though I know my blood will stain his clothes. We slowly make our way to the top of the rickety stairs. I will take us someplace safe for the time being, Shizuka. What you were forced to see back there wasn't right at all, and I apologize for that. You don't want to see what this village looks like outside these walls. Please trust me when I say this. Do you? The question startles me, but I hear it clear as daylight. I believe every single word he says. Something about this man makes me want to trust him. Something screams at all of my senses to trust him. It's almost as if he's lived through something similar to what has just happened to me. I look at him and nod my head without speaking. All right, Shizuka. Hold on just a little bit longer and then I can treat your eye. Okay? He says. His voice is low and calm, lulling me into a sense of peace. For the moment, I can't think about anything else but how tired I feel. I close my left eye, and despite the pain from the cuts on my face, I quickly fall asleep in the Itachi's arms. End memory, end Shizuka's POV. Shizuka blinked suddenly, startled from her thoughts as a warm hand touched her shoulder. Let's go eat. I'm hungry and I could use a nap before we make preparations for our guest. Does rice and fish sound good to you? The faintest hint of a smile warmed Itachi's face as Shizuka's one visible eye grew impossibly large. You're so easy to read sometimes, Shizuka. I'll have you know it perturbs me slightly to carry on a conversation without any reply. Shizuka said nothing but raised an eyebrow in return. It's nice to see her in good spirits, thought Itachi as the duo made their way further into the cave. The pale stone caught and held more light from the torches, but as the sun had already risen above the treetops, keeping them lit was pointless. Without a word from her mentor, Shizuka released her chakra. Thin opaque tendrils of blue energy spun out from her small frame and methodically extinguished each torch until the two of them were bathed in natural light streaming in through windows carved into the cave walls. Arigato, Shizuka. You've been working on chakra control since our last training session, haven't you? Yes, Itachi-sensei. Truly isn't hard. It seems to come naturally to me, the pink-eyed girl thought. Outwardly, she nodded and another faint smile graced Itachi's features. It seemed as though chakra control came second nature to his pupil, but even so the level of absolute control she held never ceased to amaze him. At 11, Shizuka would have been preparing to test for her exit-level genin exams in her home village. Given that her training had been interrupted, it only seemed fair for him to teach her what he could. It quickly became apparent to Itachi that Shizuka far exceeded the level of genin. He'd never admit it, but the truth was that she'd actually managed to sneak up on him several times without his knowledge. He wondered if part of her abilities had something to do with her unique Kekkai Genkai. Before they'd parted with Orochimaru in Kagekure, the Snake Man had referred to it as the Dragon Eye, but up until that point he'd never heard of such an ability. Bubblegum pink eyes. Whoever would have thought such an eye color existed? Itachi thought as they reached the heart of their dwelling. Itachi and Shizuka stepped out of the tunnel into a large open space the length of several football fields. The area they'd chosen for their hideout most closely resembled a pyramid. Rocky walls the color of obsidian stood regally in the sunlight as if saluting the azure sky above. Stubby trees and bushes flourished among numerous craggy crevices. In several places one could discern roots anchoring themselves to whatever space they could find. The roar of the waterfall had long since faded into a faint hum behind them. With nearly impenetrable stone for outermost protection and an entrance obscured by waterfall, their home was well defended. Even so, Itachi prudently placed tripwires and various other traps in the vicinity to discourage any potential passerby from meandering into their home. Light filtered in from above through a gap roughly a third of the size of the space below to illuminate a humble-looking cottage. Beside the building grew rows of various vegetables and a few small fruit trees. As if a missing nin could just waltz into the marketplace and buy food. And with Shizuka's selective mutism, sending her would be out of the question. That and those pink eyes of hers. Itachi chuckled slightly at the amusing thought, but a raised eyebrow from his pupil silenced him at once. Shizuka and Itachi quickly crossed the remaining distance to their home and slid open the traditional Japanese-style screen door. Once inside, Shizuka glanced at her mentor for a brief moment before running off down a hallway directly to their right. The dark-haired man was silent for a moment as he mentally reviewed the girl's typical routine. Although it had its awkward moments, keeping to a schedule helped facilitate communication between student and mentor. "Can I practice until lunch, Shizuka?" he called to her as she left. "I expect you in half an hour." The only reply was silence that he'd long since come to expect from the girl. He sighed softly as he made his way further into the kitchen and began preparing the ingredients for their lunch. The time period immediately following her adoption had been roughest part. Dark eyes closed momentarily as his mind conjured up images of those first few months. Night after night he'd startle from his sleep at the sound of screams wrenching themselves from Shizuka's throat. Even then, strangled whimpers were the only noise to ever pass her lips. Itachi could see her clearly in his mind, though the nightmares had long ago stopped their torment. The early mornings she'd spent huddled on her bed, head in her hands, as silent tears spilled down over her cheeks to dampen the pillow below. had rent a hole in his heart. Loud noises, sudden movements, and physical contact made her shrink until she could shy away no more. A brief surge of anger brought him back to the present, and it shook him a little to know he'd dropped his guard long enough to reminisce. "Enough of the past, Itachi," he murmured to himself. "It is enough to remember because it teaches us, but one should never be consumed by it." The dark-haired man shook himself again and returned to the task at hand. A sizzling sound filled the air as he expertly seared a few fish in a large, dark pan over a kerosene stove. All of the appliances in their home were gas-powered. After all, one couldn't possibly expect electricity in the middle of a hollowed-out mountain. Now could they? Water came mainly from the falls, but behind their house a large metal tank collected rainwater that could be piped into the 2 bathrooms. Itachi prided himself on that particular achievement. Building their home had not been an easy task, but once complete, he'd been nothing short of satisfied. Itachi finished seasoning the rice and carried it to a small table that stood in the adjoining room. Right on cue, Shizuka emerged from the hallway. "Mask off, Shizuka. You know better," he said without glancing up from his task. "I don't want to. I don't want to. Why do you always make me do this, Itachi-sensei?" He knelt on one of the dark red cushions near the table and waited for Shizuka to do the same. He watched as her fingers crept up to fidget with gray fabric before sliding it down. The X-shaped scar along her right eye stood out darkly against her naturally pale skin tone. Mute as she was, her strangely colored eyes often portrayed a variety of emotions, and this time they held a glimmer of annoyance. Her expression seemed to say, "Are you satisfied now?" "Hi, Shizuka. I quite am. Now, let's eat and I will tell you more about the person who will be joining us soon. He's a former student of mine as well, so we have some preparations to make." Shizuka sat and listened in comfortable silence as her sensei began to speak. She popped a small piece of fish into her mouth, savoring the spicy flavor. Lime and chili. Who would have thought of such a combination? The missing nin could cook. It was as simple as that. "Whoever this Naruto person is, he sounds interesting. It'll be nice to meet someone from Itachi-sensei's past. I find it funny that he gathers us all together, almost like strays. I'll meet you soon enough. It's about time things got a little more exciting around here."